Je crois que nous allons commencer.
I think we can begin. It might well be that some people will be arriving late due to traffic and the weather between Lausanne and Neuchâtel. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you here wholeheartedly to this symposium organized by CIES in the framework of various events we have organized in the framework of our 20th anniversary. In 1995, indeed, we set our center up. We have grown considerably in the past 20 years, as you will have noticed on our website. I would like to thank the organizers of this scientific symposium. We did want to deal with these questions in a scientific way. Today, we're very happy to welcome you here. Our Secretary General, Mr. Vincent Schatzman, has done a lot to organize this meeting. I would also like to thank all the experts who will be taking the floor today, who have accepted to be with us and to share with us their vast knowledge about specific aspects of the question we're dealing with today. Of course, our topic is not a new one. I recognize that. But it is extremely topical. Yesterday, tennis. Today, or the day before yesterday, football, athletics, cycling. Yesterday, I was in Lausanne, and someone reminded me of the fact that the very first cases we had to deal with at the Federal Tribunal concerned horse doping. In other words, equestrian sports, and this just to mention the most prominent sports. So this is a permanent concern. It's a little as though man, when he invented games, competitions, developed at the same time all sorts of external means in order to intervene in the outcome of competitions in ways that are not accepted under ordinary rules. We can find some solace in the fact that the world of sports is not affected more than other fields of human activity, which are all affected by manipulators. Let's take the car industry for one. What has happened recently is quite amazing, risking the reputation of a brand in order to carve out an increased market share is really extremely surprising. And in the field of training and education, there is also quite a lot of manipulation. Here we are in a university. Universities should be guardians of integrity, but you know, there is the whole issue of plagiarism, which has affected us, unfortunately, also in Neuchâtel. And the world of the arts has also been victim of manipulations. All major creators have been swept up by this trend. Major philosophers have all exposed this loss of moral values in vain. We have come together today perhaps to try and find solutions, try to find avenues which will help us better organize our rules and ensure respect of our rules. In the field of sports, to come back to sports, where things become really unbearable, it is when sports leaders themselves start manipulating events, or when states themselves manipulate. That also is absolutely unbearable. This is something which should not be. This picture seems to be a very dark one, but there may be a light on the horizon. Why do all these scandals come out now? Why do they shock us? They shock us because we like sports. Sports is dear to us. We consider sport represents moral values, and that is why sport is dear to our hearts. There might be some positive elements now. These scandals are all coming out, perhaps, because people are becoming aware of what is happening, and therefore leaders are now showing a will to set things right. Painters have known how to convey this message of corruption, and we could show you a picture here, a painting I like very much. This is a painting I saw in Venice a few years ago. It's a painting by Caravaggio showing a card game, and you can see cheating in action. You see three people here, a player who seems to be playing according to the rules, and then there are two cheats who are there manipulating the game. This is a picture that dates back to the 16th century. I will close now. I think we must move on to more interesting things than what I can tell you. I would simply like to quote one sentence, a sentence I take from a great philosopher, which might be some consolation to us. Cheats do not know the real joy of winning. It's a simple sentence, and I think it puts us in the right frame of mind for what we're going to hear today. I hope this day will be interesting, that you will enjoy the scientific meeting we have organized for you. Thank you very much.
Now
I would like to give the floor to our director, Mr. Denis Oswald, who needs no introduction. You all know him. And even if I did try to introduce him, I'm sure I'd forget something important. So I'll give him the floor and he can introduce himself. Denis, over to you.
Bonjour, mesdames.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have the great pleasure of opening this scientific symposium on manipulation of sports competitions, a phenomenon which, along with doping, is probably the biggest threat that sport has ever known. In order to analyze a phenomenon, it's always useful to step back, get a bit of perspective, and place the situation in its historical background and look at its origins and its development over time. And this is what I've been asked to do today. And although the subject may seem limited, it is going to lead us much further than we might have imagined. Indeed, if we want to analyze cheating, because manipulations of sports competitions are obviously a form of cheating, we have to go back to the origins of sport, and probably as far back as the origins of humankind. I say this because since time immemorial, man has always been in competition with his peers. You had to be the strongest to hold and gain authority over your clan, and you had to be the fastest if you wanted to get the game, be able to kill the game, and feed your family. And to do this, the individual had to use his own personal resources to the fullest, and if that wasn't possible, use tricks or break the rules to win. Both of these are types of cheating, and this is probably part of human nature. In the ancient Olympic Games, that are often held up as examples of purity, cheating was also very frequent. A lot of athletes let themselves be bribed or corrupted despite the oath they took, as is the case today. Athletes all take an oath when they take part in the Olympic Games. As is the case today, the authorities reacted in ancient Greece, and took action against this phenomenon that was spreading. Those who were proved to be corrupt were expelled from the games, obviously, but they also had to pay a fine. And the fine was then used to produce a bronze statue of themselves. And you can see the shame on the face of this cheater. These portrait statues were called Zanes, and they were exhibited within the walls of Olympia on the street that the athletes would take to reach the stadium. And as Pausanias said, it is not by money, but by the fleetness of one's feet and the vigor of one's body that one can earn victory in Olympia. So it was absolute humiliation for the athlete and his or her home city, because these statues bore the name of the culprit and the name of their city and the reason they were being punished. In this way, and also because they're mentioned by writers such as Pindar, Plutarch, and Pausanias, we know that almost 2,000 years later, Eupolis of Thessaly had bought off his boxing adversaries, and Callippos, in the 112th Olympic Games in 424 BC, had bribed his pentathlon opponents so that they would let him win. And man doesn't just cheat in sports. Our president just reminded us of that. In modern times and outside the field of sport, in ordinary life, man has a tendency to cheat as well, because he's always in competition with his peers or for other reasons. For example, to get a job, to obtain a promotion, or to pass an exam. You may have read a few days ago in the newspapers, most of the newspapers were talking about it, that a survey of students has showed that about 30% of students would be willing to cheat in order to pass an exam. In trade and industry and business in general, the practice of bribery is frequent to land big accounts or gain other undue advantages. Cheating is also rife in the political circles. In a recent example from the American presidential campaign, which may have struck you, Ben Carson, a candidate for the Republican nomination, lied about his past. He claimed that he had attended the prestigious military academy West Point, when in fact West Point has said publicly that his name does not appear on any of their registration rosters. All of these are forms of cheating. And if we take it as a given that competition is an essential and permanent feature of sport with a lot of money at stake, we also have to recognize that there's really no reason for sport to be spared from cheating and manipulation if we don't do anything to regulate it and sanction these offenses. This is the conclusion that the world of sport has reached, and different measures have been taken. I won't say more about that because we're going to have a specific talk about this at the beginning of the afternoon. So if we go back in time, we've talked about the ancient Olympic Games, and then we arrive at modern sport in the 18th and 19th centuries in England. There also, manipulation of sports competition was a fact. And at that time, the newspapers frequently complained about this. And this is when the rules of the game began to be codified, for instance, in cricket and in other sports as well, not only with the aim of harmonizing the rules so that competitions could be organized with contenders of different regions where sport was spreading and developing in different forms, but also with the aim of fighting cheating and manipulation, which had crept in through the influence of the bookmakers. So we can already see that at that time, the 18th and 19th centuries, betting was behind the vast majority of manipulations, and this is still the case today, even though there are other causes as well. Let's talk about the main types of manipulation now. There are two main types of manipulations in sport that we can distinguish between. The first is a manipulation to achieve a sporting result, and the second is manipulation for financial gain. By manipulation to achieve a sporting result, we mean manipulations aimed at achieving a sporting advantage for an athlete or a team. For example, and then we have for example, gain a sufficient number of points to be qualified for or win a championship. There are many other examples that I will leave to Pierre Cornu, our next speaker, who will develop them in more detail. When we talk about manipulation for financial gain, we're talking about manipulations in order to predetermine the outcome of an event in a competition offered on the betting market. This can be the final score, the number of goals, or some other element of the game. In other words, changing the ordinary or natural course of a competition and positioning oneself on the betting market in order to achieve financial gain. There's a multitude of examples of this, but if we go back to one of the first examples from the modern era, the first real case of betting, the final of the World Series, which is the American Baseball Championship, in fact, the White Sox, the Chicago White Sox, were bribed to lose the match. A number of players were bribed, and they thus lost to the Cincinnati Reds, who were far from being the favorites. And obviously, this represented a vast financial gain for a number of bettors. Here again, Pierre Cornu will give you greater details about manipulations of sporting events with a view to achieving financial gain. For a long time, manipulations of sports competitions remained a marginal problem. Athletes, by definition, want to win, and so they don't easily accept the idea of losing to help another athlete or team. With respect to betting, in the systems in place over the majority of the 20th century, most of them were established in the 1930s and 40s. Sport Toto in Switzerland was created in 1938. These systems had a specific feature, which was that they were self-regulating. In Sport Toto, Toto Calcio in Italy, or other types, similar types of betting, you had to fill in a full card of 12 matches, with 12 matches. And it would have been difficult to bribe 24 teams or even a large enough number of teams to get your card, make your card perfect and make it a winning card. So there was virtually no corruption at that time. But it all changed in the 1990s because of what I call the Internet revolution. At that point in time, there was a radical change. The betting market grew exponentially, and sport was often the premise for the bets, and this is what has led to manipulation of competitions. I'm going to now try to set out the reasons for this. The first is the globalization of the betting market. With Internet, you can obviously bet online. You don't need to go to the corner store to fill in your lottery card or your game grid. And you can bet 24/7 on any kind of competition wherever it may be taking place in the world. So you can see how vast this market is. If you're having trouble sleeping, just switch on your computer and place a little bet. In addition to this, you now get an immediate result because you can bet until the very moment that the competition kicks off or even while it is going on. So you don't have to wait a long time to know whether you have won or lost. Obviously, all of this is very appealing, and therefore, at the end of the 1990s, a huge number of online betting sites opened in many countries, in particular in countries where these activities were not regulated and there were no statutory rules or enforcement. These countries are often the same ones that are accused of being tax havens. With the increase in the number of internet users, the number of potential clients also rose exponentially, as did the number of betting sites. And currently, it is estimated that there are at least 10,000 of them, 80 to 90% of them having no valid license. Many of them are located in Asia, where there's no checks or controls, and they have access to the entire world. So a globalized market is there. It's accessible to everyone. The only condition is that you need an internet connection. The second reason is the morphing and multiplying of forms of betting. The operators have been very creative. They're offering new forms of betting which are more appealing than the traditional game card or lottery card. I'm not going to go into the details here, even though I have looked into this, but after reading a few books about this subject, I still don't think I'm expert enough to talk to you about it. But what I can tell you is that there have been a number of fundamental innovations that have changed the face of betting. You no longer bet on a combination of matches, 12 matches, for example, in Sport Toto, but you can bet on just one match if you want. You don't have to bet on who's going to win, but also on the number of goals or on the goal spread between the two teams. You can also place a wager on elements or details in the game. Will there be a foul in the first minute? Will the ball be kicked out of bounds within the first 5 minutes? Will there be a yellow card within the first 15 minutes, etc.? These bets are called spot fixing or spot betting, and they have developed a pace and obviously give rise to all sorts of manipulation. As I said earlier, you can also bet in play now during a competition when you get a better idea of the evolution of the game. This is the case for 90% of tennis bets. They are placed during the match, and for 70% of football bets. At another seminar, we heard that some bettors were so well organized that they had somebody on the pitch or in the stadium, especially for competitions that were not being played live on television, and that this person was keeping them abreast of events by telephone, for example, if a goal was scored, before the betting operator could get the information and change the odds. So they had obviously had an extra advantage. The specific risk of spot betting is that what is requested of the person manipulated seems to be pretty innocent. What difference does it make if I kick the ball out in the first minute of the game? It's not going to influence the outcome of the game. Or if I'm a tennis player and I'm feeling up on top of my game and I lose the first set, as long as I'm sure I'm going to win the 2 next sets, what difference does it make? So there's no real feeling of guilt on the part of the person who agrees to manipulate the competition. And it's often easy to get a player who feels he's not being paid enough and can boost his income by doing something that he doesn't feel is necessarily going to damage his team or his club. The problem is that this is an endless spiral. It creates an endless spiral, and the player can then be blackmailed and can be asked to do more and more damaging things by threatening him to tell all and to shop him to the authorities if he refuses. Another fact that has played a role in the development of the modern betting system is the tradition and culture of betting in certain countries. In some countries and regions in the world, there is a veritable gambling frenzy. It's just part of the culture. And a habit of betting on anything and everything. So when the major matches became more or less inaccessible because the players have very high salaries and they're very difficult to corrupt, and also because these major competitions are seen by millions or billions of television viewers, the risks of manipulation linked to manipulation are too high. So the target has become lower league teams. And as I said, there's a gambling frenzy in these countries. I don't know if you remember 2 or 3 years ago, one of the Swiss top league teams, Gausau, was manipulated. Its players were punished. And the main bets, most of the bets came from China. Who in China knows about the Swiss team in Gausau, in Bühlau in China? They were ticking the name of the team the way you would tick a number on a lottery card. It's just an excuse for betting. This also explains why the betting has not slowed down. Everything has continued as before. Sometimes matches are organized just for betting. A typical example is what we call the Antalya affair. In Turkey, a tournament was organized between Latvia and Bolivia. That was the first match, Latvia, Bolivia, and Bulgaria and Estonia in the second match. The tournament wasn't announced anywhere. There were no spectators. There was no audience. It wasn't on television, and nobody knew the tournament was taking place, but it was offered for betting. And in fact, that was the only reason that it was taking place. The referees, the names of the referees were announced at the last minute. Of course, they had been bribed. And for these 2 matches, there were 6 penalties because it was important to reach the score that the bettors had bet on. And the referee decided to withdraw one of the penalty kicks because the goalkeeper had moved too quickly. So obviously there was a scandal. And when this got out, the sporting authorities took the proper measures and pronounced sanctions against the main players. But this just goes to show you that an entire competition can be organized simply and solely for the betting market. The fourth reason for the development of the current betting system is the lack of regulations and controls. When the markets started to boom, almost everyone was surprised. Governments that had not foreseen this and had not provided for proper rules and regulations, and the sports organizations and federations. Of course, everyone responded as quickly as possible, and the most heavily hit federations, like the football federations, set up systems of checking and surveillance and for betting to be able to detect suspicious activity. And you're going to have a specific talk about the response of the sports movement at the beginning of the afternoon, so I won't enter into too much detail there, except to point out that the IOC now officially bans all participants in the Olympic Games from betting on any competition, not just their own. 5 is the expansion of the market and the increase in bets and possibilities of profit. The convergence of the other reasons I've mentioned has contributed to the development of this phenomena to an exponential degree. There's a snowball effect, and it's not difficult to understand. More sites, more forms of betting, more internet users equals more bets and more potential for financial gain. Not only to those who want to place an honest bet, but also to dishonest people who want to and see the possibility to, when the possibility of financial reward increases, betting becomes bet on a sure thing. And with the best possible return, especially when it's not the favorite team that wins or the team that was meant to win that wins. So organized crime quickly realized that this was an enormous market there for the taking and at limited risk. Organized international criminal rings have infiltrated the market, betting on competitions for which they know not only the course and the outcome beforehand because they have manipulated and bribed, unfortunately, the ref. How do they do this? I'm not trying to keep you in suspense, but I'm not going to tell you because this also will be revealed by Pierre Candé, either players or, as is often the case. Now, let me give you a few figures. I know that figures are often boring, but I think it's important to give you a few, and I think they are quite revealing with respect to the situation. I'd like to give you a few key figures to enable you to understand the magnitude of this phenomenon and its development. We're just talking about estimates because all of, or most of this betting is unlicensed and off the radar by sites which are unofficial. But the following figures have been put forward. 17 billion euros bet in 2004, 33 billion in 2008, 50 billion in 2012. During the last Roland Garros, apparently 1 billion euros was bet throughout the tournament at world level, and 1 billion euros for the Champions League final in 2011 between Barcelona and Manchester. And at the last Football World Cup, it is estimated that several matches solicited over 50 million in betting. So just a few figures to tell you what's at stake and what is there for the taking. Over the last years, there was a big case with Robert Heuser, a German referee who manipulated a German Cup match between Paderborn and Hamburg, who was in the Bundesliga 1. Paderborn won, suspiciously 4-2, with strange penalties and players being sent off. Robert Heuser was paid 60,000 euros to manipulate the match. And Mr. Zapina, who was behind this, the brothers who were behind this, these bribes, pocketed 1 million euros. So you can see how juicy these bribes are. What are the risks linked to this? Of course, the sporting world is reacting as quickly as it can, but this is a problem for the ethics and values of sport where the best should win. Everyone should have a chance of winning, and it is talent, preparation, and effort that should be rewarded. All of these values and ethics are trampled and thrown out the window. And it's also a matter of respect for the athletes and for spectators, and for keeping the outcome of the match unknown. That is, after all, one of the basic attractions of sport. If everyone knows that the outcome is a foregone conclusion, what is the use of having the match? The reputation, the credibility of sport, and its role in the education of youth are also at stake. We also have to protect people's interest in sport. We know that in certain countries where a lot of matches have been fixed, there has been a loss of interest in national matches. In some parts of China, in Albania, it seems that the public is no longer interested in the national championship because there has been too much cheating. And they can no longer watch a match without saying, well, this is probably fixed anyway. So in a number of Asian countries, you're more likely to see a match with Manchester United than the local teams on TV. It's also important to protect the autonomy, the independence of sport, because with the intrusion of organized crime in sport, sport is manipulated, sport is no longer able to control itself and has to give in to different forms of blackmail. We'll talk about this more during the day, but the intrusion of organized crime can lead to a situation where some players have to accept a bribe, not because they need the money, but because their families, their children, their parents are being threatened in their country of origin. This is why it's so difficult to fight corruption in sport. In many countries, including Switzerland, we don't have proper legislation against it. You may remember what happened 2 or 3 years ago when players in the Swiss championship had admitted fixing matches, but it was impossible to convict them and sentence them because in the Swiss criminal code, there's no provision that applies to this particular situation. Sports organizations have limited means. They cannot use wiretaps, and even though people are denounced, these sports organizations can do little about it. They don't have any police authorities, and the law enforcement authorities don't always show the interest that they should in fighting match fixing. It's also difficult in some cases to prove that there has been cheating and bring evidence of it. It's all done very subtly, under wraps, and we also have to say that any clumsy movement or odd behavior of a player is not necessarily deliberate and is not necessarily a sign of match fixing. In conclusion, I'd like to give you 3 examples for your consideration on these pictures here. We have the final of the World Cup against Brazil. Baggio wants to save his team, and he misses a penalty kick in a penalty shootout. And the ball soars over the crossbar. Nobody ever insinuated that Baggio had done this deliberately. And they're most likely right. However, you could say, how can a player of this caliber miss such a simple penalty kick? The second example is Usain Bolt. Usain Bolt, in the final of the World Athletics Championships in Daegu in 2011, makes a false start, which is so flagrant that it looks a bit suspicious. He's so far out in front that he realizes immediately that he's going to be disqualified, and he takes off his jersey. He knows that he's eliminated from the final. I was there, and the rumors were going like wildfire. If Bolt had been betting that he was going to lose, could not have lost in the race. So the only way to lose would be a false start. Nothing was ever proved. He was never accused officially of anything, but the questions were out there. The third case, back to tennis, is the Davydenko affair. I prepared this slide and a little summary of the case before the latest tennis scandal broke. This was one of the first that started the discussions that are now have now called the attention of the world to tennis. He was playing the number 4, Arguello, an Argentinian. Sorry, he was number 4 and Arguello was number 83 or 84, and logically he should have won. Before the match started, all of the bets were on Arguello. Huge amounts were being bet, much more than you would think for a first match of a third level tournament. Davydenko won the first set. The bets on Arguello kept increasing. And then in the third set, all of a sudden, Davydenko cried out, put his hand on his thigh, and obviously had a torn muscle or something and had to forfeit. This all looked very fishy indeed. There was an investigation, and Davydenko and his coaches and trainers refused to hand in their cell phones to see who they'd been talking to before the match started. There were appeals back and forth, but on the day where the ATP got the warrant to be able to confiscate their cell phones, in Germany they have to erase everything after 4 months. So the procedure had already gone on for more than 4 months. So by the time they got the warrant for the telephones, there was nothing left on them. But this is a case that's still being talked about today because nothing was proved. The two players, who were both suspected, in fact, have never been totally vindicated. And when they play now, when Davydenko, he's still playing, when he plays, I think he's still tainted. I think people still see him as having fixed that match. But Davydenko was certainly not trying to earn money. He was seated 4 by the ATP. But perhaps the Russian mafia was behind this. Perhaps his mother, who lived in Moscow, was being threatened. Okay, so thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Denis Oswald, for your comments, for the explanation you have given us, showing that the topic is really rather complicated. We're now going to give the floor to Pierre Cornu. If I take the floor now on an exceptional basis, it is to thank Pierre Cornu, who played a very important role in organizing today's meeting. He was a former colleague of ours, and then things went funny. He is now a cantonal judge.
Oui, mesdames, messieurs, je sais pas.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know whether I should thank Bertrand for having said that things went funny for me because I became a cantonal judge. I might remind him of the fact that when he started, he was also a cantonal judge with the administrative court. Congratulations, Bertrand, for what you've done in the meantime. Manipulating competitions and how they work. I would like to start by putting the 6 questions a journalist always has to pose. I followed at university a short course on journalism, and one reckoned that if one had answers to the questions who, when, what, where, how and why one knew everything about the topic. I have prepared quite a number of slides to tell you how one can answer these questions in the 40 minutes I have been allotted. I will endeavor to answer these 6 questions, but not in the order they're presented here. That would be too easy. Another sequence, I think, should be followed. I will start with the question, why? Denis Oswald has already started answering these questions. We have manipulations which are not related to bets and manipulations which are related to bets. Manipulations which are not bet-related. Why? In order to win or not to lose. You can try to manipulate a match in order to advantage a third party, to disadvantage a third party. Two teams agree on a result which will be of disadvantageous importance for a third team. Examples of this have been known, not where A paid something to B, but the players who were on the field when the score was 1-0 realized that if no goal was scored, everybody would be happy, and therefore they did not feel it necessary to work very hard at obtaining another goal. These manipulations, which are not related to bets, are not an unimportant issue. When one talks about manipulations of competitions, people think immediately about bets. Some people see it that way. Maybe it is easier also to detect bet-related manipulations, but there are other ways of cheating with another aim. For example, a sports aim or a direct economic aim. Qualifying for the Champions League does bring money in. It could be a matter of ambition. Ambitious sports leaders would rather win a match than lose. And then there are the supporters. There is pressure on the part of fans. The man in charge of the Barcelona team, if he wants to be re-elected, needs to obtain good results. I'm not saying here that Barca is manipulating its matches, but there is pressure. And then Fenerbahce, 32 million fans. If you want to continue being president of that club, it is in your greatest interest to see your team win matches. Hence the reason for manipulation of Fenerbahce matches a few years ago. And then sponsor pressure. Sponsors prefer teams that win. If your season is a poor one, the contract you will be able to sign in the following season will not be as good as the one you perhaps have this year. And then there's also state pressure. Bertrand mentioned that briefly. In certain authoritarian regimes where sport is considered as being particularly important for national pride, one can also imagine that there is state pressure for a certain team to win a basketball championship, whether another less interesting team is relegated to a lower rank. Why? Let's continue looking at this. It can be a matter of improving one's image or visibility. It can also be a matter of access to a higher category of sponsors. It can be a matter of preparing an important match. You might remember the match Olympique Marseille against Valenciennes. At the time, it was still the European Cup for the champions, the European champions. Bernard Tapie wanted his players to be happy, confident for the European final, didn't want to see them get injured, and therefore bought the opposing team. And then in this category, it's also the motivation of qualification for the next stage in a competition. We all know what this brings in. I need not tell you how much one can win by manipulating a competition and qualifying for the Champions League or for the next stage in the Champions League. For some teams, it's a matter of their survival. FC Basel, for example, I'm not saying they manipulate competitions, but if you take away the Champions League from them and the revenue coming from the Champions League, they will sink. Now, a competition such as the Champions League is also attractive because it shows the players in their best light. It is very good for the club they belong to. And if we're talking about the Champions League, we need to talk about what happens when a team has to qualify for the next stage. In the pool phase, it has to play against a team that need not qualify. The team that needs to qualify is very tempted to corrupt the opposing team. Inquiries have not been considerable in this field, but I think that non-bet related manipulations can be of this type. Now, if it's a matter of qualifying for the Olympic Games or World Championships, it's important to remember that sports isn't made up only of football and its billions of dollars. You also have minor sports, weightlifting, boxing. Here, for an athlete or for a federation, the Olympic Games or World Championships are the one and only opportunity that sport has to show itself, to get exposure, to obtain contracts with sponsors, or also get bonuses from the government, the national government. Some countries give money to those who come back from the Olympic Games with a medal. It can represent $1 million or francs, a job at a university, a house, a car, etc. And for the athletes themselves, the possibility of qualifying for competitions of this type represent a surefire job guaranteed by the state amongst the police forces. For example, a weightlifter had to be able to qualify for the World Championships in order to be able to get a job. So there are temptations of this type. Manipulations which are not bet related can be meaningful and attractive. I need not talk at great length about bet-related manipulations. We've already heard information about this. We'll be talking more about this afternoon. The temptation here is that if you know the result, you're sure to win your bet. That's one thing, and it's nothing new. In the past, the Baseball World Series in 1919 were manipulated. Horse races have been manipulated forever and a day. And that, I think, answers the question of knowing why people manipulate matches. Let's look at the question, what? What is a manipulation? What are we talking about? I looked at the Macolin Convention of 18 September 2014, which was drawn up by the Council of Europe. A certain number of countries have ratified. I think Switzerland has not yet ratified this convention, and we will be told why a little later on. What is manipulating a sports event? It's coming to an agreement, intentionally doing something or not doing something. The idea here is to modify the result illegally, modify the result or the course of the sports competition by doing away with its unpredictable nature. Depending on the competition, things happen in various ways. If you had FC Bâle and another second league team playing, the result would be fairly foreseeable, predictable, but in sports, nothing is entirely predictable. And then, of course, you can obtain an advantage, an unwarranted advantage for yourself or for somebody else. That is what happens. Denis mentioned a while ago match fixing and spot fixing. Match fixing is the manipulation of the final result of a competition. Let's be clear about this. We're talking about the final result. We're not necessarily talking about ensuring that a team wins or loses. It's manipulating the final result. The tournament at Antalya, for the bettors who had organized the matches in order to manipulate them, it didn't matter who scored the goals. You needed 4 in the first match and at least 3 in the second match, and that was all. So manipulating the result, the first match was 2-2. The manipulation, in fact, concerned the number of goals scored. It wasn't seeing Estonia or Bulgaria or whoever win. It was the number of goals scored. And then you can also have the number of, or the difference, the spread in points. Then there's spot fixing. Spot fixing is manipulating the course of a competition or certain aspects of a game or match. In fact, you can manipulate anything that is of importance for a participant or a third party. And in fact, you can manipulate anything on which it is possible to bet. I have given you a few examples here. Those who know about this sport remember the no ball in cricket. You know, cricket is this game where people dressed in white run around. Once in a while they seem happy. Once in a while they throw a ball. And when they throw the ball, they can't step over a line, a certain line, and people bet on the fact that some players would commit a no ball, and this was manipulated. The no ball at the first inning, when they threw the ball for the third time, you see what happens. You see the picture here. The player steps over the line so blatantly that you will see, if you go on the internet, the British commentators say, "Oh, heavens, how could he have done something as silly as that?" with their usual calm. Then I've given you other example, baskets, the number of faults committed, volleyball, winning the second set, etc. Football, there are all sorts of examples. You can bet on just about anything in football. If you look at the website of betting offices, you will see the amount of things people can bet on just for the fun of it and to make a bit of money. So we've talked about match fixing and spot fixing. Whether betting is or whether the manipulation is bet-related or not, you see what happens. Spot fixing is fairly scary, but you can't bet a great deal on a specific aspect of a game. Nobody will accept a bet of 1 million on who will score the next point in a tennis match, but you can bet several times or have people betting at the same time, and you will reach considerable amounts. Then manipulations that are not bet-related, what is manipulated here is the final result, but one can also imagine spot fixing in other forms. A second-rate tennis player who has to play against someone in the top 10, this player will perhaps approach the top 10 and say, "Let me win the second set. You will win the first and the third. You'll win the match and I won't look like a complete idiot. My wife will be happy. The sponsors will be happy." we'll all be happy. So why don't we come to an agreement? Here, there is no link with a bet of any type. It's another situation, but there is manipulation. And think also of football players who wants a transfer, and he says, I'll give you 1,000 francs if you allow me to score once or something like that. But generally, when there is no link with bets, it's a matter of match fixing. Then there are borderline cases. Are we talking about something which is a violation of existing rules or not? The first case is the case of incentives. A promises a reward to B in order to beat C. People are paid to win, so this should be possible. But if you read in the newspaper that Real Madrid offered 10 million to Atletico Madrid to beat Barcelona at their next match encounter, would you consider that normal? Is that what one should be doing in competitions? No, because in the following wheel, Barca would offer 10 million to somebody to beat their opponent, and so on and so forth. This incentive is considered as a violation of the rules. The Fenerbahce club and leaders have seen exactly what this means. And then there are boundary problems. Where are the boundaries? The president of a club could tell someone who is close to the teams and say, give money to a third party in order to create an incentive. The club will therefore be blameless. You send a scapegoat out to do something which is considered as a manipulation. Then there is tolerated behavior. Behavior which is almost a tradition in cycling. There's a breakaway. One of the breakaway counts for the general ranking. The other one not. People agree. And the one who wants to win the stage wins the stage. Is this a lack of loyalty? Is this a manipulation? Yes, it's a manipulation, but in cycling, apparently, this is considered as acceptable. If you look at the final stage of the Tour de France, you see they drink champagne during the stage as they come close to the finishing line. They do so because they know that competing teams have already taken a decision as to how they were going to act. There is, if you like, a sort of non-aggression pact for the last stage in the Tour de France. Then there's also the tradition that some of us will remember. The cyclist who is running in his region is allowed to be at the head of the race when he cycles through his village to please all his family, etc. In the category of tolerated behavior, we can also list in a team sports the fact that you are qualified for the next stage, but you don't use your best players. They sit on the bench. That can be considered as normal. You can also decide not to send a player onto the pitch because he happens to be a little tired or has been slightly injured. That can be considered as normal. But there are other practices which are not tolerated. The Chinese badminton female players in London, 2012, they were supposed to lose the match in order not to meet in the next stage the most dangerous competitors. So they managed to lose 2 games, but the referee didn't like that at all. And that team was excluded from the Olympic tournament for that very reason. Having talked about what and why, let's look at who. We can come back to some of the things that have already been said. Certain manipulations are possible with the help of one or several athletes. If you have a tennis player who is losing on purpose, there's a guarantee he will lose. But you can also manipulate without the help of athletes. We will be talking about the referees, the judges, or technical staff in the stadium. This picture is a picture of an NBA referee. He was betting on the matches he was a referee for. He bet on the number of faults. He bet on the spread also. He earned a living very well for a certain amount of time, but then had to sit in jail for about 15 months. Crime doesn't pay off, in other words, or not always. Then, in answer to the question who, we have to ask who manipulates, the person who initiates an act of corruption, but also the person who accepts to be corrupted. For example, a football player who reckons he isn't earning enough and who can contact someone to say, if you want me to manipulate a match, I can do so. And then there's manipulation on the part of third parties. Here, you can have all sorts of people. I've given you here pictures of some of the most famous manipulators. Mario Svertas, for example. Mike Emde is here with us. He is the UEFA man in Bochum. We heard Mr. Svertak, who's a very sympathetic person, but at present he's sitting in jail. And you also have the picture of Mr. Dantan. He's not in jail. He's no longer in jail, in fact. He was in jail in Singapore. They had put him in jail by invoking a legal provision which made it possible to hold people without having given them due procedure. So he has been freed. Who and how? Some people can have a direct impact on a match. The athletes, the referees. Here you have Robert Heuser showing a red card to a player. As Denis Oswald said a while ago, he had given 2 red cards to the Hamburg team. You can win. You can win if, in spite of penalties and red cards, but it's easier without. Direct influence or impact on the result now. If judges come into play and have to award marks, this is a possibility. You will remember figure skating. There was an arrangement that had been struck between a Russian and a French judge. They managed to make sure the French won the couples competition and the French or the Russians another competition. It's just a matter of a few marks more or less. Then an indirect impact on the game. You can set up your team in a certain way, change tactics, give instructions to the athletes, threaten them exactly. We'll be talking more about this later. And then you have the leaders of clubs, Mr. Ildirim on the top here from Fenerbahce, then the person you all know from Juventus. As you see here, he's on the phone. Mr. Muggi is shown here on the phone because he did a lot of phoning with the person who, in the federation, was meant to choose the referees for various matches. He would always arrange things in such a way as to have the referee he wanted for a given match. He considers there has been a plot against him, but unfortunately his phone records show that he did manipulate things. Who manipulates and how? You can have an indirect impact on the game. Doctors, for example, who prescribe doping products or products which hamper performance. This is quite easy. And then those in charge of food and diet. You might think this is theoretical. The Sapina brothers, in fact, had tried to corrupt the cook of a team, asking him to introduce sleeping pills into the food of a team. They said it didn't work. The team that was meant to be poisoned in this way, if that's what you can call it, won the match. But there are all sorts of possibilities one can look at. Then you can have technical staff tampering with equipment. You can, for example, tamper the contacts. You can also play around with lighting, faulty lighting. I thought that was impossible. I thought people wouldn't go to that extent, but it has happened. A Malaysian betting syndicate managed, with the help of technical staff in the stadium, to install a device which switched off the projectors with a remote control device. Why do this? Certain results had to be obtained for the bet to work. If the game is interrupted in the second half time, the final result is considered as valid for betting purposes. So they waited for the second half time, and at the appropriate moment, the lights went off. 2 matches ended with switched off projectors, but I don't know whether evidence was such that proof of manipulation was accepted. Then there are third parties who threaten, blackmail, make promises, or cause physical injury to an athlete. You will remember Tona Harding and Nancy Kerrigan at the Olympic Games. In fact, Tona Harding's entourage had set a trap to the other skater, had hit her on the knee with a wooden stick, and the skater was obviously injured. That is a rough way of going about it. It didn't really help Mrs. Kerrigan's results. Those who watch James Bond films will remember perhaps that there is an athlete who managed to have his or her opponent be bumped off in order to win the match or the game. Now, who contacts whom? You can have a direct approach, but also an indirect approach. Intermediaries play a role here, but I see that time is flying. And so I will talk for a bit now on the choice of the target person. Who can manipulate someone else? Is that person someone you can manipulate? Think of tennis. It's a very topical issue just now. Roger Federer has said, "I have never been contacted." Now, when you think you might want to manipulate a tennis match, Federer is not the first person you will think of corrupting or manipulating. Why? Because he has a certain image, someone who is successful, someone who wins his matches without having to resort to illegal means. And he's also someone who has enough money not to be interested in the money you might be able to offer him. So how is a target chosen? It's easier when you've had some sort of contact or relationship with that person. The Bochum cases, the Sapina brothers and Mr. Svertak is an example. There they said, "I know the cousin of the coach of the Sarajevo team," for example, or "I know one of the players." You can also think of certain players who are likely to accept corruption. I think one has to acknowledge that in Europe there are many African players who are paid less than other players who live in uncertain conditions, whose contracts are not as good and sturdy. This is one of the reasons for which corruptors turn to African players. For example, this happened, an Asian person having turned to African players in the case of matches in Finland. So certain people stand out as being corruptible. I'm not saying Africans are more corrupt than others. It's simply that their position in football clubs is not as solid as that of a French, German, or Swiss player. So in a sense, they're easier targets. It's easier to find someone who needs money in that category. And then there are players who have debts, who are addicts of one sort or another. You can use pressure means. Denis Oswald mentioned the very strong rumors around Davydenko and threats to his mother. And then there are cultural factors. The Bochum case brought this to light. The Sapina brothers and Mario Svertak turned often to players coming from ex-Yugoslavia who played in championships in Western Europe. I saw Robert Breiter a while ago. We had dealt with appeals in the Swiss side of the Bochum case, and there we had a majority of players from ex or former Yugoslavia. They speak the same language. Mr. Svertak would be able to speak his language to someone from his own background. And then you can also choose people by chance. You give it a try and see what happens. This is what Mr. Svertak used when he went to Norway before a match between Malta and Norway. Malta was logically going to lose. He took the elevator with players from the Maltese team and said, well, if you like, we can have a quick talk. We have here someone who deals with integrity in Malta and football. I think he can confirm that these talks took place in an elevator, and Svertak didn't actually know the players he contacted. How do you approach people? Well, there's seduction. You invite, you treat someone, you organize a helicopter ride, you bring in a pretty woman, all the usual. And then you say, look, we're friends. Couldn't you perhaps give me a hand, manipulate this match, and I'll give you a little bit of money? Then there's blackmail. Blackmail which comes after you've invited someone. Imagine a player, you've presented him to one or two nice women. He was filmed in the act, and that allows you to blackmail the player, especially if the player is married. Then there's corruption, outright corruption. I'll give you so much if you do this. And then there are threats against third parties. And then you can combine all these methods, of course. That's what we tell young athletes. And we tell them that if you start accepting offers of this type, if you manipulate to certain measure, if you do something small, then people will ask you to accept manipulating a game in a bigger way, at a final, for example. So there can be a combination of all these methods. I won't dwell on when. I think Denis has mentioned this, but I did want to say that it was easier for those who were trying to detect manipulators in the past. You see this manuscript. This dates back to 270 before Christ. It's the contract between the father of a player and the coach of another player, where he promises the price of a donkey, more or less, to the player represented by his coach if that player could win. It's all written down here on this manuscript. If the other one wins, nevertheless, a price higher than the price of the donkey will have to be paid. And if the referee notices something is fishy, a certain other price will have to be paid. Everything had been planned. Where is there manipulation? I took these figures from Thierry Pujol. I hope you didn't want to use them later on. These are cases identified in 2011 by La Française des Jeux. 38% of the cases in Western Europe, 26% in Asia, etc. Then you have Interpol newsletters as an interesting source. We here, on the basis of these new letters, that there are many cases in Asia, in Africa, certain cases in Europe, a significant number, a few cases in America, and some cases in Oceania. Then you can break this down according to sport. Football is in blue. You can see that that is the great majority of cases detected. So basically, you will say corruption is in Europe and in football, but that isn't necessarily so. As in all criminal activities, you have the black figures. In other words, what has not been discovered or detected. How can you assess what has not been detected? That is a major problem, of course. What is detected depends on the efforts undertaken in order to detect violations. It depends on whether official services are efficient or not. If your police does nothing, if the police force twiddles their thumbs, you won't discover anything. Take Jamaican athletics, for example. So the efficiency of official services, but also of sports organization. The will sports organizations have to detect and bring to light certain manipulation cases. I have seen manipulation cases which seemed pretty obvious, but the sports organizations involved decided simply to close their eyes to these cases. We'll see what will happen in the field of tennis now. For the time being, we can't say whether yes or no they have closed their eyes, whether they could have done more. All depends, in other words, on how hard you work to detect corruption cases. As efforts are not the same throughout the world and in all sports organizations, we can't be sure that the greater number of manipulation cases take place in football. It might be so, but we can't say for certain that a majority of manipulation cases in football take place in Europe. Do I have another 3 minutes to go? If not, 2 quick words on risk factors. This is an important aspect, I think. Competitions and their format. There is a greater risk of manipulation when competitions don't really present high stakes for teams or participants. In the Antalya case, the teams didn't really know the matches had been manipulated, but you have certain competitions where one of the participants has a great deal at stake. Olympique Lyonnais has to win with so many more goals against Dinamo Zagreb. For example, this can be tempting for some bettors. But there's also the question of a team having to qualify. Matches where someone has a very little chance of winning can represent a temptation. If we're not going to be able to make it, why not accept money, even if we lose? A small team from Moldova, for example, meeting one of the major German teams in qualification matches could very well say, listen, if we have a high chance of losing anyway, we would be ready to make things easier for you, even more easy than it is. And if people come along and say, why don't you lose 5-0 rather than 3-0, there's an opening there. Risk factors for athletes, players who consider they're not being paid enough, or salaries which are not being paid regularly. FIFPro has undertaken a study on this and show that people whose salary doesn't come in on a regular basis are tempted by corruption. I will end by mentioning referees. Risk factors here are considerable. I don't know who the referee is here, but of course this is not a true picture. It has been manipulated, as it were. If referees are appointed too long before a competition, there's plenty of time to corrupt them. And then there are those who are starting their career or ending their career. At the end of a career, a referee can say, I haven't earned a great deal in my professional life. Why don't I make a quick buck or two? Then there's a feeling of frustration. Players are paid a great deal. The referees paid little. Then selections and promotions. You will be promoted if you are ready to manipulate such and such a match. And then addictions and something at stake for someone who is close to you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci, merci.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pierre. Excellent presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the coffee break. The coffee awaits you in the main reception hall. It's 10:25. Let me ask you to be back in your seats by 10:45. Thank you.
Voilà, messieurs, dames, je vous remercie.
Thank you for being so punctual, ladies and gentlemen. Could I ask you to take your seats?
Voilà, nous allons passer à...
We're going now to hear the next speaker, who is Professor Pradier from the University of Paris, Pantheon 1 Sorbonne. I'll give you the floor, sir.
Merci Vincent.
Thank you, Vincent. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to talk to you about the economic issues involved in match fixing. This is going to be a very economically oriented presentation, and for our English speakers, I have to apologize because in French, economic also means cheap. So I'm going to be economical in my presentation. You won't have a lot of photographs compared to the preceding presentations. When we talk about economic issues, you might think I'm talking about issues for economists who are very interested, of course, in match fixing. There's a consensus about many issues and some disagreements that might help you to understand some of the recommendations, where they originate from and how you should interpret them. There are some issues on which economists all agree, and those are that we don't know a lot about sports manipulation, but there are also the economic mechanisms and those that are subject to debate, how effective prohibition is. And I'm going to be talking as an economist, price. I'm going to be talking about price elasticity, how it reacts to supply and demand. And I'm going to elaborate a bit on the considerations that the chair of the Sorbonne department, Laurent Vidal, published last year, leading to recommendations which are not typical for economists, but I will be explaining the logic behind those. So we all agree, as I mentioned, as economists, that we don't know a lot about this phenomenon. What we don't know is the global turnover of sports betting. Those figures that are being bandied about are mainly gross estimates that give us orders of magnitude, but very rough orders of magnitude. And we don't have any very accurate data. We know even less about the percentage of fraudulent bets or illegal bets. We would have to know both figures, legal betting and illegal betting, to get the percentage. We have a very approximate idea of the amounts involved. We don't know. We know a lot about legal betting, nothing about illegal betting, and we don't know about the total amounts bet online. And we can only estimate And we see that the amounts bet every year can be measured in hundreds of billions of dollars. The gross gaming revenues is the difference between the gross turnover and what is paid out to bettors. That is what is left to the betting intermediaries or companies. The order of magnitude is probably tens of millions of dollars or euros, and the betting's in hundreds of millions, but we can't be more accurate. When we talk to the legal operators like Française du Jeu, they can tell you, of course, exactly how many billions were bet through their company and how many billions are left in terms of gaming revenues. But for the global level, even if we can add up the specific figures from the Française du Jeu and the other legal betting operators in countries where betting is regulated and the amounts are correctly reported, but then there's all of Asia, the whole gray market, countries where betting is not regulated, and also all of the internet sites. The orders of magnitude are very important, but we don't have any more specific ideas about it. Since we don't know how much money is being bet in total, it's very difficult to prove that a match has been fixed, an event has been fixed. It becomes very difficult to accurately gauge which activity might be dishonest. So this is very humiliating for economists. Why? Because they like to work on the basis of facts, objective evidence that can enable them to establish correlations or perhaps even cause and effect relationships. On a microeconomic level, when you look at the volume of bets on a certain number of events, we would like to have the volume, which was bet on one event or even or a sporting event, and the odds related to these volumes, odds and rates. And then we would be able to say for a given event, the volumes and odds present irregularities, and we can pretty much say that there's something strange going on. But in general, we don't have the volumes. And when we're not looking at one sports event in particular, but the one sport as a whole or all betting, we have indicators of corruption which look like they're going up because we have a number of events for which we've been able to show, using the preceding reasoning, that they were manipulated. And then we have amounts of money bet illegally. And so we can say that as a general rule, there's a correlation or even a cause to effect relationship between illegal betting and match fixing. But this is not possible because neither for a match nor for the global level do we have enough compelling evidence to establish these equations. There's very little conclusive information that will tell you, well, we can report that the problem of sports manipulation has increased because we don't know the specific volume of betting and we don't have the list of sporting events that were manipulated, even if we have an idea that there is probably a correlation and an interaction. So we have a very good example of what economists can say and not say, what we can say about this phenomenon and how useful our knowledge is through the tennis racket, the BuzzFeed gate, which broke last Sunday. BuzzFeed said that a number of tennis matches showed suspicious movements of the betting odds. And the investigation was revealed by BuzzFeed, and it said that a certain number of tennis players lost matches that they should have won if the odds had the probabilities were in line with the odds that the bookmakers were offering. This is all very hypothetical, of course, but it turns out that the method of the BuzzFeed investigator was to select from the sporting events offered for betting those where the odds moved suspiciously, that is, by more than 10% during the period where the event was offered for betting. These matches, for which the odds varied by more than 10%, were not very numerous. However, if you take those and look then at those in which the players were systematically the same people or had recurring strange movements of the odds in their matches. And it turns out that there are some 39 players for which there are suspicious movements of the odds, but also these players lost quite frequently matches for which the odds gave them as favorites. The investigation also highlighted the fact that 13 players had lost games or matches for which the probability of the odds given by bookmakers and the probability of this losing pattern was only 1 per 1,000 for each player. When you read the investigation, you get the impression that the result is very hypothetical, because the premise is based on the extrapolation of probabilities and the odds that would have been given by the bookmakers. We're talking about average odds offered by all bookmakers, licensed bookmakers. So this is what we could call a consensus probability. The fact that the player lost not one match, but 11, 12, or 13 matches out of 14 for which they had an advantage in the odds of all bookmakers. If the bookmakers' odds have any economic meaning, they do if bookmakers aren't constantly losing money on tennis. If their odds were always skewed or wrong, there would be no point in them continuing to offer bets on tennis matches. If their odds are approximately in line with the real probability of sporting events, along with the authors of this investigation that was published on BuzzFeed, if there's a probability of 1 per 1,000 that each of the 13 players highlighted as having lost matches for which they were favored, the probability for each of these players losing the matches for which the odds were such that they were considered to be the favorites, the probability is 1 per 1,000, 1 in 1,000. So 13 players in a series of events with a probability of less than 1 to 1,000 gives us a very low, a very great likelihood, a series of matches being lost in this way. The sequence of events is not very likely to be by chance. For the events described, the players are thought to have manipulated the events. If they received money for this, which we don't know, we cannot prove in any admissible way by a judicial authority that in each of these events there was a manipulation to influence betting odds, but we know that the behavior of these players for the sporting events involved is a manipulation in itself. So we are certain that there is manipulation, but we don't have the certainty that these manipulations are linked to betting, so that we would not be able to convince a jury. We can't convince them beyond a reasonable doubt. Why? Because for each of these players, the sequence of events has a probability of 1 to 1,000, but for all of the manipulations, the probability is so low that we cannot conclude without any doubt. The phenomenon observed by BuzzFeed is the idea that these 13 players lose a series of matches for which they were favored. The minimal probability for this, the maximal probability is 10 to the power of 39. this gives you an idea of how improbable this outcome is. If you think of a major accident in a nuclear plant, for example, the probability of an accident per year is 10 to the minus 6 and not 10 to 39, the power of 39. If you think of the probability that a person who's indicted and for which there's DNA evidence against the person is the victim of a judicial error, because even if his DNA is identical to that of the criminal, there's another person who has this DNA, the same DNA. The probability of this is 10 to the minus 9. So this is even more unlikely than the tennis matches being rigged. Now, let's look at a different situation. For a given distribution of cards in bridge, each player has all cards of the same suit. One has spades, one has hearts, one has diamonds. And here we're at 10 to the minus 27th, even lower chances than the tennis matches being fixed. And if we look at the probability of getting tails 100 times in a row on the first toss of a coin, this is 1 billion times more probable than the result of this series of matches where players lost systematically. So we're looking at an event which is totally improbable, the BuzzFeed event, so improbable that the only possible comparison would be, for example, choosing an atom or a molecule in the midst of the universe, a probability that is so low that you cannot even fathom it. So BuzzFeed Gate has shown us two things. First of all, the nature of statistical tests is such that you can arrive at certainty on a series of behaviors about match manipulation, but these cognitive perceptions have no practical use. They don't constitute legal evidence. There's no link to betting behavior. And even if we could look at all of the competitions and know that they were manipulated, it wouldn't be useful in practical terms to bring the suspects to justice or reduce the phenomenon. We're talking about practices that are probably extend to more than just a few players who have become accustomed to losing matches which they should win. So that's the microeconomic perspective related to the results of a competition or a series of competitions. Even when you have absolute certainty that there has been match fixing, it doesn't help you in practical terms. Now, the macroeconomic perspective tells us that most of the figures published about betting volumes are wrong because they are simply guesstimates. In French, we would call them chiffres à l'estime, which just means going with your instinct, a gut feeling. The next slide is a comparison between figures. They're not sports betting figures. They're figures for gambling revenue or turnover. I'm going to be comparing the results of a study on what national accounting says and the statistics published by specialized consultants firms. Somebody said that figures are boring, but I just want to show you how difficult this is. In the first column, we have gross gaming revenues as a percentage of gross domestic product for a range of countries. These are figures that were calculated based on national accounting data, so we can assume that they're accurate. And in the third column, we have the same thing, gross gaming revenues calculated this time as a percentage of the gross national product by a firm of consultants. So the first column has to be modified using a number of factors, such as the percentage of bets placed abroad or on illegal sites by national bettors. And the figures in red here, for France, for example, if you use the figure from national accounting, we see that the French are betting 72% of their GDP, but the it would appear that, according to more accurate figures, it's only 48%. Look at the Irish, for example. The national accounting figures tell us that the Irish bet less with bookmakers, 33%, 1/300th of their national of their GDP, and in fact it's 1/900th, 1/9, because there's a lot more unreported income. Why is this example important? Because it illustrates the fact, for France at least, that consultants underestimate the amount of betting, and in Ireland they overestimate it. The general line of reasoning being that in countries with too much regulation, gaming is stifled, whereas in countries where regulation is more liberal, such as Ireland, the effect is that there's a greater degree of betting activity. This general line of reasoning is perfectly illustrated by the consultants' figures, but it's not justified by the objective figures. It may be that the Irish bet more than what the national accounting figures say, because they can bet abroad or illegally. But however, it's not possible for the French to bet less than what the national accounting figures say. So the consultants' reasoning, perhaps because it's used to illustrate its arguments, is at odds with the economic reality that can be measured. All of this brings us to say that the figures we have in terms of the world prevalence are not accurate. In countries where national accounting data is published and in sufficient detail to bring out Section 92 data, we know what percentage of GDP goes to betting. But if the national accounting is not specifically detailed or reliable, or if there's a lot of illegal betting activity, well, we can't say anything about it. If we had time, I was going to tell you about my calculations of the amounts, betting amounts in China. About $73 billion in 2012, 0.7% of the GDP. This 53% of the GGR. But even though we have official lottery data and official data from the Hong Kong Jockey Club and the casinos in Macau, there are all the illegal bets for which we can only advance conjecture. So this illustrates the fact that even imprecise figures are interesting in terms of analysis, is that these approximate calculations for China enable us to consider that about 55% of gaming revenue comes from casinos in China. There's been a fight against corruption in casinos in China. There's a concern about money laundering through the casinos. This measure is of the effectiveness of the fight against corruption, because we know that since 2015, the fight against corruption in China has led to a 38% drop in gaming revenues from the casinos. Gambling activity in general, has dropped by 20%, 38% in casinos. So the enforcement activities have an effect, even though there are gray areas that we still can't measure. All that's very disappointing, because the uncertainty about data means that we can't have an irrefutable opinion, or even a convincing one, about betting, or even the general relationship between betting and corruption and sporting competition manipulations. However, we know, not irrefutably, but we know instinctively that there's a level of sporting manipulation that is unprecedented. We have Calcio Comece, Bochum, and BuzzFeed Gate. All of those are clear indications and repetitions of major cases of manipulation. Probably tens, if not hundreds, of matches have been rigged. And there's the obvious link with sports betting. And as Denis said, with internet betting, Things are even more difficult because the volume has increased. Either there's been deregulation or regulations have been flouted. It remains that we have no solid proof. And for economists who like to have statistical correlations that they can use based on objective data, this is very disappointing. We don't have these statistical correlations, but what can economists say about all of this? Well, at the very least, we have a consensus on a priori models that show what Denis and Pierre have already explained, that fraud, manipulation connected to betting is the result of a meeting between fraudsters from sporting circles. Pierre talked about them, and the middlemen, or those who actually place the bets. Why is it important to say that this meeting between the two is required? Because for economists, this establishes a market of fraud, a fraud market with quantities, amounts, and cases of fraud, and then we can act against these cases. Fraud is very likely. There's nothing surprising there because, and it's very attractive because the chances of getting caught are very low, and the punishment is not very deterrent. Either direct or indirect sanctions, like sporting sponsorship contracts. One of the reasons that aging athletes are more inclined to give in to manipulation than young athletes is that since they know they're not going to be earning so much in the near future, they have less to lose. And it's even more likely when the sporting stakes are low. Pierre said that at the end of the season and friendly matches at the end of the season and friendly matches were easier to manipulate. And finally, I've got this wrong here. It makes it more difficult if the athletes have a strong moral sense. Once you understand the nature of this model, we can arrive at a consensus on what we need to do to fight this phenomenon. We have to limit the possibilities for the fraudsters and the bettors to meet, appoint referees at the last moment, strive for transparency with surveillance of communications and video for referees' behavior. This makes it more difficult for these two parties to manipulate competitions. We can also limit the offer of fraud. The offering of fraud is those who can have access to this, athletes. And here Denis talked about the importance of educating young players. They're not always aware of the gravity of entering this terrain of manipulation. Accepting an innocent gift is often tantamount to putting yourself in the hands of people who are not at all innocent. Another way of limiting the offering of fraud is to have effective sanctions, such as deferred income. A part of athletes' payments could be paid after a certain number of years. This would make it possible to exercise greater control. Improve the design of competitions. This is very interesting for economists. Even though the role of contest design is marginal, then we have to limit the possibilities of fraudulent betting by limiting the number of bets and the type of bets offered, the number of matches, for example, or the number of isolated events, or limiting the different types or forms of bets. All, or pretty much all, economists agree on those points. But this is where our roads diverge, our paths diverge. This is where I might have something fairly new to tell you. There's no consensus among economists about a series of items for which data doesn't help us. And so the options are more philosophical than based on irrefutable evidence. Our paths diverge. There are those who take a more pragmatic approach and feel that transparency is too costly. You can't always film all referees, for example. And there are events for which you'll never be able to achieve total transparency and rule out fraud. And these same people feel that regulation can be excessive, that it's too costly, for example, and that prohibition is not going to be effective, and it's going to lead to a larger black market. People who want to bet are always going to find somewhere to bet. They'll just go to another country. They'll bet with illegal operators. Security measures around referees, for example, filming them will mean that some matches won't take place. And anyway, people will just bet on other sports then. So regulation can have the opposite effect of what is intended. And these economists feel that we have to accept a certain degree of deleterious activity, that it's inevitable, but that it is offset by the social usefulness of gaming. People like to bet, and that is the first point. It's part of the enjoyment of sport, being able to bet on it, and some of these bets are going to be useful for the sport itself, and that this usefulness outweighs the other more negative side. Now, if we wanted to look at the sports betting market, we've got the demand curve in green, which goes down in terms of price, and the offering goes up with price. What is the price of a sporting bet? It's the number of euros you have to bet to get a certain result. And the sporting bet, and then we have to say that the lower the price is, obviously, the more bets you're going to get. This school of economics says that, sorry, I'm going too fast. I'm getting lost in my slides. The area in green here is what we call the consumer surplus. What is this? It is the area where the bet is made at the equilibrium price, which is on the dotted line. But there were bettors who were willing to pay much more, and if they do that, they will be rewarded accordingly. If there are a lot of people who are willing to pay more, this consumer surplus is the gain related to the fact that there are a lot of people betting, and that there are people who would have been willing to bet at a lesser price. And these people say that if we regulate and tax, we're going to raise the price of the average bet so that the offering price is not going to be the purple line as before, but the red line, and consumers are going to lose out, and we'll have not only the red rectangle, but also the triangular area here, where we have this wedge between the triangle that could be a tax or just a result of price rises because of security requirements. This surplus is what justifies, for economists, some economists, the idea that we need to avoid regulation, because the more we regulate, the more we increase this dead loss area here, which is beneficial to no one. I'm quoting one of my very eminent colleagues here who says that although it's highly speculative to suggest that maintaining high prices will have a significant benefit in terms of containing the costs of problem gambling, what we do know for sure is that there is a large cost for consumers and a large societal cost that this will carry from the distortion of consumer choices, and probably larger than the advantage that would be gained by limiting betting. So it's better to have a lot of bets and greater transparency on the betting market than try to limit the offering using regulation, which always has the effect of raising prices. So this liberal view says that we need to develop sports betting because bettors like it. This makes it possible to have transparency on betting prices. The example of the UK in 1960 is always given. Until 1960, there was no betting on sports, mainly football, because you could bet on horse races. So there was illicit betting, and then the odds are not transparent, and in that case, manipulation is easier to hide. When the odds are made public, you have indices for limiting fraud. Another way of developing sports betting is to tax it, introduce additional taxes, or fund sporting, either directly or indirectly. Betting will increase television royalties, etc. So the authorities, the sports representatives, and betting operators and consumers would all stand to gain. The question is whether or not there would be manipulation. As a great thinker said, money has no odor. Internet has to have an optimal yield, and it's a good operation, a good idea to authorize as many bets as possible. Not only does it bring in revenue, but it also allows you to keep an eye on what's happening. If we look now the consequences of these recommendations with a case study, using a case study for France. Why did I choose France? Well, because I have the national accounting data that I was able to work on. If in the minds of these economists, as they wish, we abolish taxes on betting in order to develop betting, and if we abolished regulation that increases the price of betting, we would increase the rate of return to the bettor. And this is where the idea of price elasticity comes in. It's the relationship between the increase in demand and the price. Economists feel that if we lowered the price of bets by 10% by getting rid of taxes, we would increase the number of bets by 10%, as evidenced by gross gaming revenue, so what's left over for the operators. Since the rate of return for the bettor would increase, the bet would have to be doubled, which doesn't seem very likely. But what's very interesting is that that gamblers' satisfaction would increase by 10%, but the amount left over for betting operators would take up 80% of this increase due to the drop in prices. So the fact that the fact is that betting operators would be the first to stand to gain from dropping prices by decreasing regulation. The economists' argument showing that everyone would benefit from a drop in prices and lessened regulation forgets that when you look practically at what happens, you would see that betting operators are the main ones who would benefit from the development of sports betting if there's no fraud. But if you think that lowering prices encourages fraud, then the benefit of an increase in volumes after a drop in regulation and prices would mainly benefit betting operators and fraudsters. And if you want to have more reasonable hypotheses about volumes bet after deregulation or abolition of taxes, well, only the operators, mainly only the operators, would derive any benefit. So my provisional conclusions are the operators are the only beneficiaries of a drop in taxes or lesser regulation, along with fraudsters and crooks. They would probably share the gains with them. This makes it easier to understand why there's such a big publicity offensive by betting operators on the European market and why they're so interested in opening the European market to betting, because it's much more profitable to be on a market where taxes are going to be decreased to attack a new market where there's already strong competition. There's much more to be gained by moving into the French market or any continental European market by lobbying the authorities and saying, if you don't reduce taxes on betting, if you don't limit regulation, the bettors are going to go to the illegal sites and to foreign sites. And they're going to go over to where the competition is already so strong, the UK and Asia. This is why the operators are so interested in countries where there are state monopolies and strong regulation, because this is where there's the most to be gained. So now we've deconstructed the myth held by a number of economists, and now I'd like to present the arguments that Laurent Vidal's report on the manipulation of sports competitions, because what's interesting in his conclusions and in the analysis is that it comes to some slightly different conclusions, but they make sense. They make a lot of sense and can be justified. The basic idea is that when you make betting more accessible through lower prices, there will be instability and price elasticity, but not for everyone in the same way. Bettors who bet because they like their team, they like their sport, the effect for them will probably be marginal if prices drop. However, if prices drop, the effect will be much bigger on big gamblers. Who are they? They might be people who have an addiction, professional gamblers, former traders. Some former traders have left the financial markets to develop algorithms that they can use on the betting market. I haven't actually met anyone like this, and I haven't even heard that they really exist, but some people say they do. But what's sure is for this activity to be profitable, the rate of return to the gambler has to be very high. We could also think that among these professional bettors, there might be manipulators of competitions. So a sharp drop in the price of betting would also be beneficial, not only to the operators, but in terms of volume, to those who are not recreational bettors, but professional bettors, and probably thus people who are involved in illegal activity. Ingo Fiedler, professor in Hamburg, didn't show, because we don't have any data, but has put forward, has advanced, and it's very likely that it's a very small percentage of bettors that are responsible for a high percentage of the volumes. With a reasonable rate of return for the bettor, there are no frauders, but with a high TRG or rate of return, we will get money launderers, professional gamblers, etc. So if we want to be more cautious, we should say that deregulation and the development of internet betting with lower unit costs has led to a drop in prices of sports betting with a rise in the rate of return, rise in volume. But if we arrive at critical threshold, but we don't know what this threshold is because we don't have the data, then there will be a very sharp increase, which will be beneficial for crooks, operators, etc. The legal operators can work around this, but it will not be beneficial for any of their stakeholders, neither recreational small bettors, nor the state, because tax revenue will be lost, nor, of course, sports as in general. We have an example, a very clear example of how this vicious circle arises. In Italy in 1998, fixed odds betting was authorized. The result was that everybody lost out. Football lost out, the players lost out, the bettors lost out, the state lost tax revenue. Of course, only the manipulators and fixers went out, because it was in Italy that the most obvious series of betting manipulation was revealed. So the unlimited development of sports betting is an illusion, as stated very clearly by the economists. And criminals will benefit from the greed of their victims and their gullibility. They will tell you you have everything to gain. We might even wonder if sporting circles are not starting to believe that they can always win bets. We have to limit authorized betting, especially betting on lower league football teams. They're dangerous if the clubs are poor and the players are not paid regularly. As a general rule, there should be no betting when the amounts bet exceed the revenue of those being manipulated. And the leagues should be asked for their consent, and they should have their say in what kinds of betting they want to be authorized. This, according to the argument we've just looked at, is that if the amounts bet exceed the amounts paid to the players for the competition, it's not reasonable to open the event for betting. There's a liberal counter-argument, which is connected to the first economic discourse, which is you can't stop fraud. We've seen what happened in Italy, in the US. There's betting fraud, and in China. But in Italy, where arrests were made last week in football, and in the US and in China, just because there are problems, there are problems, but we haven't found a solution. In the US and sorry, that we haven't not found solutions. We have found effective solutions. Effective fight against illegal betting increases the price of betting. When you take the decision for illegal betting, it makes people consider the risks. Total effectiveness is only possible when there's very strict regulation, like in Saudi Arabia. The result is that people go abroad to bet. The impression is that the fight against cheating is already defeated in these other countries. And some countries can remain clean, but it seems to me that even though this presentation was very rapid, most economists say that development of sports betting has only advantages. It's important to say that this is not the case. It's not all rosy. Because when it becomes too easy to bet, the bettors who are going to arrive are not the usual ones. They're going to be professional gamblers who are going to take advantage of the sports world. Since we don't have enough data, and we probably will never have enough data about betting volumes, it's not possible to say what the critical threshold or the critical price is, which we should establish. However, the mere idea that a sporting event can be vulnerable when remuneration offered is not enough of an incentive is enough to know which competition should be offered for betting or not. It's just common sense. So the report gives further mathematical models, but I hope that I have given you the gist of economists' opinion on the subject, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Professeur Pradier.
Thank you very much, Professor Pradier, for this very accurate presentation of economic aspects. We now have about half an hour for questions and debates, as we've called it. I would like to call this morning's speakers up to the stage. Denis Oswald, Pierre Cornu, and Pierre-Charles Pradier. We have with us, to moderate the debate, Professor Madalina Diaconou. She is professor at the University of Neuchâtel. She teaches the economic aspects of sports law.
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your kind words. I would like to thank the organizers of this meeting and say happy birthday, happy 20th anniversary. My task today is to be the interface between the excellent speakers we heard this morning, who have told us a great deal of very interesting things, and you who are in the audience. Most of you are professionals in the field of sports, law, economy, sports betting. I am ready to hear your questions, which you can put to one of the speakers or to the panel as a whole. and then together we will deal with your questions. As Vincent has mentioned, we have about 30 minutes, I think plenty of time to cover a great deal of interesting aspects of this morning's presentations. Up to you now in the hall to take the floor. Before putting your question, please tell us what your name is and who you represent. Thank you.
Il y a une question là, merci.
My name is Martia Shash. I'm a lawyer in Turkey, in Istanbul. I have 3 questions I would like to put to Mr. Cornu and Mr. Oswald. You said that sporting federations, in particular the national ones, close their eyes to manipulation of sports events, but international federations also close their eyes. They have rules and regulations concerning sanctions in cases of manipulations, but FIFA and UEFA in particular don't apply sanctions to officials, to clubs, and for FIFA to national federations, which protect manipulators. My first question is the following. What is the legal nature of regulations? Is it just a matter of having the possibility of imposing sanctions, or do federations have an obligation to sanction manipulators? Can one force international federations to impose sanctions on players or on officials or not? One last question. If no sanction is imposed, could international federations be considered legally liable? Thank you. Very well. If I can summarize, the question concerns regulations as they apply to international federations in the fight against manipulations. What about the sanctions provided for, in particular for clubs and national federations? That was your question? Yes, and officials as well. Mr. Cornu, for example, talked about the Fenerbahce case. There has been an investigation for 3 years. CAS has confirmed that officials manipulated the matches. Only Fenerbahce was sanctioned, but not the officials. We have been waiting for some 3 years now to see years for UEFA to sanction these people, Beşiktaş, Fenerbahce, etc. Judge Cornu. The nature of the rules, these are disciplinary rules and regulations in the field of football and other sports. There are disciplinary rules which apply to the members. So your question is a question relating to sanctions as imposed by international federations or national federations. In certain sports, national federations sanction the members and international federations sanction their members for international matches or competitions. Within UEFA, it seemed to me there was a rule which made it possible for UEFA to take decisions about infractions or violations in the case of national championships if the national federation did not do its work. If we're taking the case of UEFA competitions, a violation takes place, UEFA sanctions. If it is a national championship, the national federation applies sanctions. But if UEFA sees that the national federation is doing nothing where it should, UEFA can step in. I don't know whether this exists in many other sports, but it is a possibility. I don't think we need to go into the specifics of the Fenerbahce case, but I think that there might be possibilities at hand, but for them to come about international federations have to adopt the necessary rules and regulations. If there is no sanction imposed, does this imply legal liability? I don't think so. It's a matter of opportunity. Of course, if there is a violation, there has to be a sanction. If you're looking at disciplinary laws, you have to sanction, but not necessarily very harshly. Then one has to look at each specific case. In a specific case, is it worth imposing a sanction? Is there enough evidence to do so? That is also an important aspect. And who has to sanction? That's a matter to be decided on the basis of existing regulations. I think your question also tied in with taking into account other sanctions. Pierre Cornu talked about disciplinary sanctions because that was your question, but I think you could also think of looking at national applicable sanctions. In other words, Turkish legislation. If the national legal framework is appropriate, the set of sanctions will be more complete. Yes, and I think we have to establish a distinction between disciplinary and criminal sanctions. We're talking here about competition manipulations. There are some cases which aren't necessarily criminal cases or aren't yet criminal cases until such time as the Council of Europe Convention is applied equally in all states. So it's a matter of disciplinary codes that have to be applied. Federations are in charge of that, and can be added to that criminal charges and sanctions, but the competent authorities are not identical. Yes, so in other words, one can't expect too much from sporting authorities. Any other question? Yes?
Guignard, commissaire de police.
I am a law enforcement official. Do we have any figures considered by default in payments? If one wants to attack illegal sites, can this be a means made available to judicial authorities and police?
Et ensuite, peut-être Monsieur Cornu.
Oui.
Mr. Pradier. Well, figures, I don't know about that. The method concerning non-payment has been used by the United States against Antigua. There is an online and betting industry that developed in Antigua as of the end of the 70s. The Americans blocked the whole system by bringing pressure to bear on Visa and American Express and other credit card companies so that payments to and from Antigua casinos no longer be honored. That's how it worked. It led to a complaint before WTO, which Antigua won, in fact. It is a bit anecdotal, but not entirely. Antigua won on the substance of the case, but then Antigua had to show how much they had really lost, and that is where consultants supplied arguments showing that Antigua lost $2 billion yearly. WTO, in its wisdom, imposed a sanction of $30 million for the whole of the period. In other words, from 1999 to infinity. This gives you some idea of figures and how reliable they can be. We were told that Antigua loses $2 billion a year, but WTO considers that $2 billion equals $30 million. How to measure the non-payment? It's difficult. Of course, this is really a very important tool. It's what makes the world go round, basically. Illegal bettors and manipulators change the site they're working on every day. They continue to be active in China. They're real financial virtuosos in trying to block their payments to their bank accounts. You make life more difficult for them, but I don't know whether this will, in fact, resolve the situation. You will increase their operational costs. Their economic model might no longer be efficient. So it's a very interesting avenue to follow. Yes, and if we're talking about payments, criminals react when you impact their financial revenue. Perhaps Thierry Pujol will be telling us more about this afternoon. Betting operators, when they see there has been fraud, do not pay the bettors. That is non-payment. It can be a very powerful tool if somebody manipulates a sports event and then bet with an operator who works legally. If that operator then sees there has been a problem with the odds, they will say, we're not going to pay. We're not going to pay the winners. We're not going to pay anything. You then have to dig deeper. I'm sure Thierry will be telling us more about this afternoon, but it could be a means of better fighting, combating fraud, make the situation such that the fraud doesn't bring in money. If you bet $1 million and if you should have won $2 million for the match you manipulated, you will stop manipulating or will manipulate fewer matches after that. If I may, I would just like to take the floor. I think I wasn't clear. The case mentioned by Pierre now is extremely interesting. It's the case where manipulators could not, in fact, reap the benefits of their manipulation. I was talking about betting operators who do not want to cooperate, in spite of the fact leagues say they don't want bets to be taken on their competitions, still open these competitions to bettors. These non-cooperating operators can be forced to come into line if one blocks payments to their accounts. That seems to be a possibility which would bring their system to a grinding halt. These are ways in which one can stop these mechanisms from working properly. Yes, and if I may add to this, I would like to say I agree to the two speakers who have answered your question. I would like to say the situation is even worse in reality. You talked about Antigua versus USA before WTO. Antigua won in the first instance, was awarded a very small amount, and then they appealed and got nothing there. So they didn't even get the 30 million they had won in the first instance. I think this shows what is happening on this front in the world. Now, to try to fight this problem, as mentioned, blocking payments are really at the heart of the matter. But a majority of manipulators in other continents in the main go round this by paying cash. And then it's a matter of money laundering. Money laundering which goes well beyond sanctions and the possibilities sports authorities have of controlling the situation. Of course, there are techniques to block payments, and those should be used when it is possible to use them. But on the basis of my research, this is not sufficient. Would there be any other questions? Yes, madam?
Hello, my name is Michelle Cox. I'm a consultant for UEFA and AFC. My question to the panel is, do you foresee an increased risk for women's sport in the future, and which areas or sports do you see as the most risky?
Je vais vous répondre. poser la question.
I will answer in English as you've put your question in English.
It's very difficult to predict what's going to happen. Certainly, in general terms, women's sport is developing a lot. And when you see that probably the top league matches are probably getting too difficult to manipulate because of high salary and very high exposure, it's possible that the operators and the people participating in the betting will look for other type of competition. And as they have been using second, third or fourth divisions now, they might move to women's sport, which have been less used for betting than so far, but this could be certainly an opportunity to move to another field of sporting activity.
Oui, c'est évidemment.
Yes, it's obviously very difficult to predict the future, but I think that indeed one could imagine a trend where competition manipulation would turn to sports which are less affected now. As sporting federations make increased efforts to catch manipulators, more manipulation will become difficult. Manipulators, after all, are there to make money. If we're talking about betting-related manipulations, they will then turn to other sports. But everything will depend on the popularity of a given sport, on the possibility there is to take bets on that sport and the economic stakes related to that sport. If you think of manipulations that are not bet-related, if you win or lose, it doesn't really matter a great deal for your club other than for people's ambitions. The temptation to buy your opponent won't really be a great temptation. But if one talks about bet-relating manipulations, if you can bet important amounts on certain sports events, there will be a greater temptation to manipulate those sports events or competitions, perhaps also because the sport we're talking about is not very important for betting operators. One trend we could envisage is a diversification amongst the sports concerned and the leagues concerned as well, as mentioned by Denis. In fact, manipulators will look at lower leagues, manipulating a first league match in England. Maybe that's what every fraudster would dream of doing. Marius Vertag said, we always dreamt of manipulating a Champions League final, but that is more difficult, of course. Manipulating a third division match in Albania, for example, is easier than manipulating a first league match. Those are the trends I see. There's another question here, I believe. Good morning, Eric Saintron. This is a question I would like to address to Denis Oswald. When you talk about match fixing, etc., you talk about necessary regulation, that it's necessary to detect, that it's necessary to bring evidence and then to sanction, of course. But nobody talks about education. As one did in the field of doping, there are efforts made to educate athletes, players, coaches, and also parents and the whole entourage of an athlete. My question is the following. Is anything being done now in order to educate the sports world in the field of match fixing and illegal betting? Yes, I think you're right in saying there are similarities between doping and competition manipulations. It is also correct to say that the educational aspect of all this is extremely important. For example, at the Youth Olympic Games, the IOC established principles. First of all, athletes must remain for the whole duration of the games on the site of the games. They can't leave that site immediately after having competed. They must also follow symposia, workshops, etc., where one tries to make them aware of the whole problem of doping and manipulations. This is just a beginning. This form of training bears fruit to a certain extent, is more or less well received, but I think that at national level, efforts should also be made. Efforts are being made nationally, but they're partial efforts. I think one should perhaps stress this more and give this aspect of things more importance. Yes, there are many education programs in many sports because sports bodies have realized that prevention costs less than sanctioning and repression. There are sports where education is even compulsory. You can't take part in certain tennis tournaments if you haven't personally followed a course on sports manipulations on internet. Now, you might do it on internet as a player. You might get your coach to do it for you over the internet. But it is in any case mandatory if you want to take part in certain tennis tournaments. It's mandatory to have taken that course on internet. That's not enough, as we have seen of late. But I think that sports bodies are becoming increasingly aware of this need. But of course, it's a matter of means. Not all national and international federations can afford to organize seminars where all young athletes will have the opportunity of hearing speakers, of hearing also former fraudsters explain what shouldn't be done, etc. But prevention is important, definitely. Another question? Yes, at the back of the room.
Thank you, first of all, for your speeches delivered. My name is Yaroslav. I'm coming from Ukraine, and actually, I have one question related to your speeches. It was about outside motivation by other clubs when they pay some motivation to beat the other club, their opponents. And for example, in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine in particular, we have this situation when club officials they officially claim that they will pay some motivation when they beat opponents. And you mentioned today in your speeches that it is kind of illegal and it's again the sport competitions idea. Yeah. So what do you think? How it could be regulated? Should it be kind of internationally prosecuted, or it's internal business of the national championships? And the second brief question, you mentioned about also different kind of sports. Not only football has this gambling and illegal bets, but I have a brief question about indoor football because it's very intensive kind of sport, and like where you have 5 or 10 seconds, you can manage the game result and something. And maybe my question is whether there is some kind of research done about bets, illegal bets in this field of sport. Thanks.
I could perhaps try to answer your first question. A while ago, I talked about incentives when I made my presentation. You pay someone from Club A pays people from Club B saying, if you beat C, I will give you money. It's a promise. If you beat C, I will give you a certain sum of money. As far as I'm concerned, this is my personal opinion, this is contrary to sports ethics. This sort of thing should not be done. Now, in certain cases, this has come up. It has been considered a breach of UEFA rules. Is it so that all federations have rules which allow such misconduct to be sanctioned? I have the impression that in each national federation, there must be a rule which bans any behavior which is a breach of ethics. I consider that such behavior could be banned, but of course, each federation has to take on its responsibilities, have the rules that would make it possible to sanction this type of situation. I have discussed incentives with various people. I gave you an example, Real promising 10 million to Atletico to beat Barcelona. Do you think this is the type of sporting world we should live in? Personally, I'm shocked by this sort of thing. Some people might find it great, a great move. Some people who see sports from a purely economic point of view without taking into consideration moral values might accept this. But frankly speaking, I was a very young player in an average division in Switzerland. One day we were offered a meal if we managed to beat another team. We felt like beating that other team, so that was a good thing. But I don't think one should advertise that meal. But that was a long time ago, so the statute of limitation applies.
And, to your question, Ukraine a few months ago just adopted a new law which modified its penal code and its administrative code. And if my information are correct, this new law actually incriminates all irregular development of competitions, which would be contrary to sports ethics, which is exactly what Pierre Cornu was saying. So this kind of an incentive or attitude might fall within the scope of application of this new law. Obviously, there's no jurisprudence yet. So again, I'm talking about the governmental level, not the regulations of the national federations level, but it might be a beginning of an answer for you.
If I may briefly comment, so basically, just in this November, the chiefs of big clubs who have big financial assets, they publicly claim about that, and there was no kind of. Of course, there was adopted kind of anti-corruption legislation in sport in Ukraine, but concerning especially this outside motivation, there was nothing to be like really, investigated into it. And in this terms, it is the case for also financial report, because the clubs have costs, so they can write off those costs and decrease their tax obligations. Consequently.
Mais peut-être, c'est sûr, il faut toujours faire la...
Well, I think one should always establish a distinction between the disciplinary and sports rules and legislation. And then there's the will to apply the existing legislation and the sporting rules. I'm not sure that in all states, all countries, if you're talking about penal aspects, priority is given to law enforcement and the judicial system to fight against problems in sports. People often say, oh, this is not too serious, it's just sports. We would rather stop murders and other such people. I say this, but I don't want to give further examples. I have felt in certain federations, sports federations, that people are not all that ready to be very firm in their fight against competition manipulation. Sometimes it's a matter of means, of resources. Sometimes people think they shouldn't damage their own image, because if you discover there are numerous cases of sports manipulations, the media will immediately say your sport is corrupt, and that won't be good for your image. But the media could also say, look at this federation, it's doing something, it's imposing sanctions. But media, and I'm talking here to the journalists in the room, the media try to do both. They should do both, in fact. But I think it's dangerous for sport to fight too efficiently against match manipulation or competition manipulation. Look at cycling. They took or adopted very strict rules against doping, and now everybody considered that all cyclists are doped athletes. So there has to be a will to apply rules and sanctions in the case of manipulations. I think this will is more present than it was in the past in federations. So I'm quite optimistic. If I may just add something about the beginning of your question, the first part of your question. This question shows how difficult it is to establish a borderline between fraud and illegal actions and acceptable actions. The example given by Pierre Cornu of promising money to a club if it beats Barcelona, say, is something which is done within the club itself. Surely there's a bonus for the players if they beat Barcelona than if they beat a third division team. For example, we also this morning in one of the presentations mentioned that states, national Olympic committees also promise financial rewards for athletes who come back with a good ranking or a medal from the Olympic Games. This means being encouraged to beat other athletes. That's what it is. So depending on the origin of the money or of the reward promised, depending on that, a line can be drawn. But it's not a matter of a black area and a white area. There's a whole gray area in between, a sizable one. I think a few more questions, yes. We still have 3 more questions.
Oui, bonjour.
Good morning. I'm Laurence Vidal from the University of Paris, Panthéon-Sorbonne. I'd like to add a couple of things about as to what has been said, perhaps by way of response to some of these items. With respect to education, I'd like to say we have a lot of education programs. The first was in 2011, first program of education about manipulation, and hundreds of people have been trained. So there is education on match fixing. Betting operators, responsible ones, are present in the room here. The Française des Jeux organizes classes as well. So the training, the education, that part is done and dusted. The big problem is how to assess the effectiveness of these training programs. I have a few figures. Some athletes associations say that they have educated tens of thousands of athletes, but it all depends how you've done it and what results you get. Once again, in 2011, we had our first training program. We don't have the results. We don't have enough perspective. We don't have enough feedback on the effectiveness. That's something we need data about, and we don't have that. That's the first thing. Now, with respect to criminalization of match fixing, if you're interested, there's a report by our colleague Drago Kos for the IOC. He studied between 20 and 30 countries. The report is a few years old, and a number of some countries have taken drastic criminalization measures since. So things are changing, and very quickly in places like Singapore. I mean, how can you gauge the effectiveness of the law or statute? We were talking about Ukraine earlier. In Russia, the Russian Federation has very strict legislation against match fixing. I'm not sure that it's totally enforced and that it works perfectly well. So once again, we have to make a distinction between the existence of a law and its effectiveness. Another thing I'd like to revisit is this is a response to the question by our friend from Turkey, which Pierre Cornu answered. There are 4 possibilities. Either you have a sanction by an international federation, and in 99% of the cases, it is applied to all the affiliated federations. The second option or situation is the extension of a national federation's sanction to the other federations affiliated to this international federation like UCI. The International Judo Federation felt that the sanctions by a national federation were not sufficient. The national federation can stand in. The international federation can stand in for the national federation. Fourth situation: when a disciplinary code, the FIFA disciplinary code, states that, or the interpretation is that for a decision is insufficient, they have to step in when the legality of competitions or competitors is in question. So those are the four situations in which we can say that standards or statutes are, at least to some extent, effective. Thank you, Mr. Vidal. Any other questions in the room? We can take one more question. I think then we're going to have to break for lunch, but you can ask your questions. We'll have another opportunity this afternoon.
Nasser Azzam, lawyer and alumni of CIS from Egypt. My question is for Judge Cornu. You spoke about manipulation that not related to betting. So we had a recent case in Egypt last month that although that betting is not allowed in Egypt, there is almost similar to the case of Juventus in Italy. There is a commercial company that main sponsoring for a club accused for speaking with the head of referee committee as the association, asking for appointing certain referees for matches. So my question is, what are the measures that can be taken by the national association on the sporting level, and can they sanction or impose sporting sanctions on the club despite they are not directly accused for this manipulation? Thank you.
Oui, alors là,
Well, this is a problem with the application of rules. In disciplinary terms, one of the general principles is that a sporting federation can only sanction its own members. The Swiss Football Association can sanction clubs and players, but only in Switzerland, and doesn't hesitate to do so. In the case where a third party who's not a member of the federation, you were talking about a commercial company, I believe, is involved in acts without the club being involved, I don't see how sanctions could be taken against the commercial company, because it doesn't come under the disciplinary regulations of the federation. And I don't think it would be very fair to punish the club, because the club is not at fault. So in some disciplinary regulations, there are clauses that state that the club is responsible for anyone acting on its behalf, but it's mainly responsible for its own bodies and its own members, those who have a functional connection to the club. And the club is not necessarily responsible for its sponsors' actions. This is probably a borderline case, the one you're talking about. In each specific case, what we have to look at is whether or not there was a connection between the act and the club. Did the club know that somebody was doing something wrong? Did the club approve of it? Did the club have any way to make it stop? And in those cases, the club might be sanctioned if it didn't do what it should have done. But in a majority of cases, there will be no sanctions at all. But I'm not that familiar, perhaps not familiar enough with your specific case. Thank you. Once again, thank you to all this morning's speakers. Thank you for your questions. We will resume with Mr. Schatzman at 13:10, 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. He won't give us 10 extra minutes, so it's 1 o'clock.
Je vous remercie de prendre place. Please take your seat. Je sais que la pause a été courte, on s'en excuse. J'espère que vous avez quand même eu le temps de profiter des desserts et du café. Nous allons passer à la deuxième partie de ce colloque, intitulé « Lutte contre la manipulation des compétitions ». And to start this afternoon, and to keep you awake, I would like to welcome on the stage two representatives of the FIFA, Mr. Nicolas Radensky, Integrity Manager at FIFA, and Octavian Bivolarou, Senior Legal Counsel at FIFA. The floor is yours.
Always the most important time to address the delegation after lunch. So I'll try to keep you all as engaged as I can. First, I'd like to say that it's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be invited to represent FIFA, not only that, and to encourage that there's more opportunities like this for sports to engage various stakeholders, especially when it comes to academia and research. Studying the problem is, I think, a very important thing for us to get our heads around. I also enjoy, because I started off in academia prior to switching over into a practitioner towards law enforcement. So I think it's important for you to understand who's in front of you, what qualifies me to be able to address you for the next 20 minutes. I have a 13-year career in US law enforcement prior to joining FIFA to become an integrity manager to tackle the problem in match manipulation. In reviewing some of the slides before I got here, I started also looking at the problem that they have right now in tennis. And I was really, really amazed by how Novak Djokovic summed up our problem in 4 words. And part of his statement, he says, match fixing is a crime in sport. And for the world's #1 to be able to address it so articulately and to hit the nail on the head so well, to say that match fixing is a crime in addressing a crime in sport. I'm going to talk to you today about FIFA's response and how FIFA is addressing the problem, scope and frame not only FIFA's response, but any sport federation's response to also tackling the problem. And we operate it in 2 different manners. One from a pragmatic, programmatic standpoint, and secondly from an operational standpoint. So to discuss a little bit about the Integrity Initiative, I understand that many of the problems were scoped this morning, and of course this is a global problem, it's a global vulnerability. But some of the direct problems that we're seeing are as simple as awareness. People not knowing that this is a threat, a holistic view of the problem, the who's, what's, where's, why it's happening. But I'll give you the perspective from FIFA and from football. Not knowing what match fixing is, and the players and referees not knowing how to combat it. Some places that we go to don't have the regulations. They simply don't have it as a crime. They don't have it as a regulation within their sports capacity. So how can you fight against something when you don't have the regulations to address it? We see a lot of jurisdictional problems. Who deals with it? Is this a police matter? Is this a football matter? Is this a national association issue? Is this a regional confederation issue? Is this a world issue from FIFA? So there are jurisdictional challenges that we try to address. Of course, the discussions on betting, now with the increase of in-match betting, we can't really see before the game starts what's going to happen until we start seeing how the betting is operating in-match. So with that increase in live betting, we see a lot more vulnerabilities. So how do you address that problem either before or after the fact? With communications, there's also times that people don't talk across borders, times that people don't talk across federations, So how can we scope our problem to address the communication barriers that we're faced with? And finally, the resources. Oftentimes, we ask people to nominate an integrity officer and they say, I don't have the resources. I have a 5-person federation that handles everything from training the national team to administration, and now you want me to have a 1-person integrity officer to investigate match fixing. They just simply don't have the resources. So understanding these vulnerabilities, understanding the problems that we're facing helps scope FIFA's response. Of course, we've talked about how match manipulation and match fixing is an easy opportunity for making money, laundering money, and it's a low-risk, high-profit operation. Organized crime has come and said, you know what, it's easier for us to fix a match than it is for us to rob a bank, smuggle drugs, traffic humans, because nobody's going to catch us. So we're going to go towards the path of least resistance and go towards something that's not going to be detected. So we really look at a lot of these challenges and how can our response from the sports world scope some of these challenges that we're faced with. So FIFA's Integrity Initiative operates on the pillars of 5 main principles and is included with an operational response with its FIFA Integrity team. So I'll walk you through each of these individual pillars. The first, to address awareness, addresses our prevention, addresses how people really know what's happening in the sports world. Within FIFA, there was often times where we didn't have the regulations ourselves. So we took an opportunity to readdress our disciplinary codes, our ethics structures, our code of conduct, and I'll let my colleague Octavian address that a little bit better from the FIFA legal perspective. One thing that I wanted to highlight for you is that within FIFA's main 5 objectives is Objective E, which is to promote integrity, ethics, and fair play with a view towards preventing all practices which might jeopardize the integrity of matches, competitions, tournaments. I mean, it's within the top 5 objectives of FIFA, in addition to development, in addition to governance, to protect the integrity of the game. So really having that as one of FIFA's objectives helps us, empowers us to really to try to tackle match manipulation. We also took a moment to address our international match approvals. We realized one of our vulnerabilities was that anybody could arrange a match anywhere in the world, whether you're a match agent, whether you're a federation, whether you're a promoter. You could pick 2 teams and assign a referee, and that was your international match. And there was betting on those matches. So how could we address some of the regulations and some of the governance that goes into match approvals? So we learned from some of our mistakes. We learned from how easy how our vulnerabilities were exploited by criminals, and we tried to step back and address some of those approval processes. I'll speak to you about FIFA's specific recommendations towards our member associations with what they can do and how they can establish their integrity initiative. And finally, we're working very diligently towards incorporating an integrity program into FIFA development funds towards the performance program. So it's no longer that you just get the FIFA development funds and use it for whatever you want. Some of that funding has to go towards integrity initiatives. And in this first prevention strategy, I refer to it as Prevention 1, because it's the stuff that we can do internally. Prevention 2 really focuses on the awareness process. Going out to the member associations, going out to the confederations, going out to stakeholders, prosecutors, ministry, police, to really conduct workshops and scope the problem, not only just to talk about the problem, but then pull in key stakeholders after the fact and discuss what each individual stakeholder can contribute to the solution. It is focused on awareness raising, but it is also shifting towards what can be done within each individual stakeholder. We have specialized training for every FIFA referee. There are 3,000 FIFA referees in any given year. The ones who referee at the World Cup, referee at any FIFA competition, who hold the FIFA badge, receive a training on integrity principles and what to do if they're approached to manipulate a match. We have e-learning tools for players, for youth players, for officials, for coaches. We also take a moment, because FIFA is so far-reaching with its instructors, that the instructors who are training the referees also know about match manipulation. Often those are the first points of contact that the people being approached will contact. We've also worked hard to work through our development officers so that member associations, presidents know their first call can be to a development officer that knows what to do, who to contact in case of any issues in their region. To sum up, our awareness is really a staggering figure. When we looked at it, we became aware that over 150 of our member associations were either faced or had to deal with an issue of match manipulation in the recent years. So how can we really expect everybody to know about what to do when they didn't even know that this was a potential threat? So our prevention and awareness campaign really tried to drive out that message. And as of 2015, we were successful enough to reach over 193 associations that were aware of it and started their integrity initiative. Second pillar is on detection. There's a lot that's put into betting monitoring. Of course, betting monitoring isn't going to catch the manipulation for sporting purposes, but without looking at what's happening on the betting markets, you're really flying your airplane blind without knowing what's happening in your own competition. So FIFA's early warning system is an in-house subsidiary. It's not for profit, it's not for contracts, it's an independent in-house company that looks at all of FIFA's jurisdictional matches. Similarly, we handle many requests from our member associations to do analysis on local competitions. The focus of it is on gathering information and intelligence from betting marketing companies and betting providers and providing analysis. EWS recently signed a cooperation agreement with Opta Perform to basically increase the amount of analysis that's happening on the matches. So with that partnership increases the ability for our analysis of what's happening in matches. The third pillar is information gathering. It's focused on a whistleblower hotline. It's focused on confidential reporting mechanisms for people within the football community. It's a resource for persons that are approached to report. Also within information gathering is an opportunity for us to centralize our information, whether we get information from police, from betting monitoring companies, from players. It's an opportunity for us to house all of that information in one place and provide that information to others that could be of benefit. We talked about some of the challenges with communication, and part of information gathering is also information sharing and providing leads or intelligence for other stakeholders. Fourth pillar is investigations. Our focus is really on standardizing the procedures that go into investigating incidents of match manipulation. We focus on an administrative fact-finding procedure. What we've learned is that when people hear the word investigation, within football they say, hey, that's not me, you got to tell the police. The police will turn around and say, that's an internal code that's being violated. We don't have the law for it, so we're not going to do it. Police and prosecutors often have other serious crimes, bank robbers, murders, money laundering. So often our member associations go to the police and say, hey, can you investigate this? And they say, we don't have a regulation for that. So it's within the football administration, the football association, to find its own structure to administratively enforce its own codes. How do they go about investigating that? That's through an administrative fact-finding process. So our focus has really been towards training these fact-finders, these integrity officers, opportunities for them to deconflict when it crosses borders, as well as to, encouragement of coordination of their operations with police, so that they don't ruin police operations and that police don't ruin member association inquiries. FIFA and the confederations provide support to its member associations. We set up ad hoc task force to address problems when we're made aware of it. But the one thing that we have to stress, and Octavian will stress it during his presentation, is that FIFA's jurisdiction is FIFA competitions. We can assume jurisdiction in other matters where those investigations aren't taken over by the competent authorities, but our primary jurisdiction are FIFA competitions. So people often say, why doesn't FIFA fly all over the world and solve match fixing from small federations to big federations? It's within the federation's responsibility to govern their own principles. The same way that we wouldn't adjudicate a red card or yellow card, it's a responsibility of the hosting federation. Will we support them? Yes. Will we provide guidance? Absolutely. Which brings us to some of the operational standpoints that we take with the FIFA Integrity Team. This is an ad hoc team that comes to the country or the association, conducts an interdisciplinary look at the problem. Does legal have the regulations? Does security looks at if they have a trained integrity investigator? Do they have betting monitoring? We also bring in components from our media department, because one of the biggest things that happens is the media gets hold of information, and then the media storm blows everything out of proportion. So we make sure that the federations address how they're going to communicate what they're doing or not communicate certain things that are part of the internal procedures. We conduct on-site evaluations, we make recommendations, and beyond, we encourage this action to be taken. We conduct training for these fact finders, but above all, we encourage participation from existing stakeholders. Many times we come to countries and the police are keen, football is keen, but they don't know each other. So we want to make sure that people know each other and they know who's on the opposite side of the aisle. So we look at things that we can do in terms of the FIFA Integrity Initiative. The next steps is, of course, capacity building. 5-10 years ago, nobody knew these cases. Now they're saying, we know about them, what can we do? We have to build that internal capacity. We continue to develop these partnerships between police, law enforcement, prosecutors, the ministry, and football, as well as betting monitoring, towards having a vested stake in the problem. We also want to continue to build the global networks. So if we have a case that pops up in X or Y country, we know a necessary person that can deal with the situation. Our awareness campaign has not ended. In fact, it's only increasing with our partnership with FIFPro, the World Union for Representation of Players. We've launched a joint campaign towards fighting match fixing that encourages players to come forward when they're approached. We know that there's been a locker room omerta with players not wanting to talk about the fact that this happens. So we're using FIFPro and its representatives its union representatives to continue to drive down the awareness and give them the resources for reporting. I mentioned before FIFA's specific recommendations to combating match fixing. This is on the web. You can review it for yourself to see what recommendations are being made to the member association that want to take these steps, but they're focused on the 5 pillars that we discussed. It's really an opportunity for the member association to take the initiative and establish. And when they don't have that initiative, we try to encourage that they take that on board. We provide them a toolkit, already made things that they can implement free of cost. So when certain member associations don't have money to invest in integrity, we give them free of cost things that they can implement. And finally, we're often asked, what's needed from other stakeholders, and I feel that there's a lot more that can be done not only within football, but also with its relative stakeholders, and perhaps this is something that continues to be scoped in forums like this. We encourage the Council of Europe Convention to be put into place in each country. We encourage the enforcement of law where applicable in countries. We want to improve the police coordination of intelligence on match manipulation, encourage the databases, encourage information sharing. We want to also scope the problems that football has faced with not being able to share information based on either data privacy or national law, which prevents information from being shared. We also call on an ethics code to be installed with betting monitoring companies, as well as for an obligation for them to report suspicious items that they are being made aware of. I ask why there should be betting at an under 16 competition. And frankly, this is a matter of what games are being offered on the betting market. But once they see suspicious activity, they simply close the books and move on. We would want to encourage them that they know that FIFA would take this information and investigate it. The final pillar, and I'll call my colleague Octavian from FIFA Legal to continue with sanctions, but the final pillar is actually towards the enforcement of those sanctions. So Octavian, if you could.
Thank you very much, Nick. So as Nick is saying, I'm going to continue with the 5th pillar, which is the sanctioning of match fixing. We, in the FIFA legal division, we have 2 departments that are currently dealing with match fixing from different perspectives. There's the disciplinary and regulatory department and the ethics and governance department. Each deal with match fixing from a different perspective, meaning from a different judicial body of FIFA dealing with match fixing. First, the disciplinary committee, and then secondly, the ethics committee. I'm going to deal with each of these 2 judicial bodies and their fight against match fixing in turn. First, just to start by saying that match manipulation has been on FIFA's radar for a long time, and not only on its radar, but in its regulations. Since 2001, we have had a provision dealing with such an infraction, which is still in force in our FIFA disciplinary code at Article 69. However, until 2011, we didn't have a lot of cases in relation to match fixing. Things changed in 2011 when with the start of the big scandals related to match manipulation in countries such as Turkey, Korea, like we see here, or Italy. You might recognize the man in the middle as Giuseppe Signori, which was one of the most famous Italian footballers of the national team. Here in front of the court, was involved in one of the biggest scandals in Italian football history, which started in 2011 with investigations led by state authorities, the prosecutors in Bologna, and which still continues actually to this day. There's been different batches of prosecuted people. So to talk about the FIFA Disciplinary Committee, we should first understand its role and its procedures. Its role is established in Article 62 of the FIFA statutes, which sets out that the Disciplinary Committee may pronounce the sanctions described in the FIFA statutes and in the FIFA Disciplinary Code, which is the main tool the committee uses. Also, regarding jurisdiction, as Nick touched this issue a bit before. First, we had the general jurisdiction of the committee, which is ruled by Article 76 of the FDC, the FIFA Disciplinary Code, which authorizes the committee to sanction any breach of FIFA regulations which does not come under the jurisdiction of another body. However, it is more complicated when we set this jurisdiction of FIFA in comparison, or rather in the context of the jurisdictions of the national associations, which, as we know, are the members of FIFA, the 209 members of FIFA. This jurisdiction is established at Article 70 of the FDC. So initially, the national associations have a primary jurisdiction over enforcing sanctions for violations which were committed in their area of jurisdiction. So normally, a case of match fixing relating to a match played in the national league in a country is being dealt by the judicial bodies of the relevant federation of that country. However, paragraph 2 of this article, FIFA retains what I would call a residual jurisdiction, which comes into play whenever the associations, confederations, or other sports organizations fail to prosecute serious infringements. By this we mean serious infringements of the statutory objectives of FIFA, which obviously include match fixing. In that case, the FIFA reserves the right to sanction those infringements and to act as a primary, to act as a direct judicial body, meaning the disciplinary committee. Also very important in paragraph 3 of this provision is the fact that associations, confederations, and sports organizations have to keep FIFA updated of any serious infringements of the statutory objectives of FIFA. And we will see why this is relevant a bit further on. Now, the FIFA Disciplinary Committee has two options in which to deal with match fixing. It could either act by extending sanctions that were imposed by national associations or confederations to have a worldwide effect, or it can conduct proceedings and sanction breaches of regulation, of its own regulations, in cases under direct competence, under its direct competence. Now, first, let's look at the option 1, which is extending sanctions to have a worldwide effect. Now, decisions passed at the national level by the member associations are only effective nationally. So if a player or a coach or an official, such as Mr. Signori, as you saw before, is sanctioned by the FIGC, the Italian FA, this sanction will only be executed at the national level, so in Italy. To avoid people banned at national level to take part in, to remain in football and to be active in football in another country, FIFA has implemented a system for extending sanctions to have a worldwide effect, so that the player or an official that is sanctioned in Italy cannot move to another country, to another confederation, to another continent, and try to practice football there. Now, for this extension to be operational, there are certain requirements which are set out at Article 137 of the FIFA Disciplinary Code. First, it has to be that the person sanctioned has been cited properly by the National Association, that it had the opportunity to state its case, that the decision has been communicated properly, that the decision complies with the regulations of FIFA, and that extending the sanction does not conflict with public order and accepted standards of behavior. The way it works is normally the associations have the duty, as we saw before, to inform FIFA not only of sanctions imposed by their own judicial bodies, but also to inform FIFA of the people sanctioned and to provide FIFA with the relevant decisions. And that would set the first step for the extension of such sanctions. The second step would be that FIFA would ask the relevant association to provide it with the proof that these requirements that we see here have been complied with in the proceedings carried over by the association. However, things are never as simple as that, as we have been faced over the years with different issues which are commonly seen at the national association level. The first issue is that, and the most important in my opinion, is that FIFA is not informed either immediately or at all of the decisions rendered by the associations and confederations. Some of them simply ignore this duty, or others, even worse, do it on purpose in order to avoid that the people sanctioned are being, that the sanctions imposed on people are being extended. So sometimes they even protect the people that have been sanctioned by the federation. The second issue is that FIFA is not always provided with a copy of the decision or with the documents needed in order to verify the requirements that are needed according to Article 137. Also, another issue is that the responsible association is not cooperating with providing all the documentation in due course, which obviously this would imply a delay in all the proceedings and a delay in extending the sanction, which the person sanctioned might use in order to disappear or to move to another country and start being involved in football there. Another very unfortunate issue is that in some of these proceedings that are conducted by the federations, the FIFA regulations are not respected, meaning that the minimum sanction for match fixing, minimum sanctions are being used for sanctioning match fixing, or that the respect of the right to be heard is not enabled. For example, we have cases which are dealt very summarily, meaning that the player is informed that he has been sanctioned on the day that he is sanctioned without being given the right to submit his position, without being heard, and sometimes he's not even provided with a decision itself, but just with a communique from the association informing him that he has been banned for life. Unfortunately, this has been the case in several cases, and this has posed a serious problem for FIFA, because on one hand we have the public interest of sanctioning, of extending these sanctions in order to impeach these people from being involved in football worldwide level, but on the other hand, FIFA needs to respect its own regulations. Therefore, we are caught somewhere in the middle, and a lot of times we have to regretfully reject the applications made by the associations for the extension of such sanctions, simply because these sanctions were not imposed on the basis of a legal, procedurally correct proceeding. And obviously, one of the major issues is that the sanctioned people disappear and transfer illegally. We also had a very serious problem with one association, one major association, I might say, where the players that have been sanctioned at the time of the proceedings a few years earlier have never been informed of the proceedings and then of the sanction imposed on them, because in the meantime, during the time the proceedings were conducted, they have transferred to another continent. However, the communications made by the association were done not with the players themselves or with their legal representatives, but with their former club, who in turn forgot or just did not inform the association that the player had left the country. So we ended up in a situation where the players, 4 years after being sanctioned, were in another continent, in another federation, another association playing, and they realized the moment that FIFA extended those sanctions, or was about to extend those sanctions, that they had been sanctioned 4 years prior in another federation without them being ever informed. So these are major issues that we are confronted with in the scope of our procedure to extend sanctions. Now the procedure itself, as you can see here, it's quite straightforward, and although it might appear as lengthy, it is actually a procedure that takes normally less than a month to be conducted. The most important step of it is the verification of the requirements, as you can see here, because, as I said before, not always we are provided with a relevant proof or documentation that would support these requirements. Also, there are certain issues regarding the appeal, and that any grounds for appeal will have to refer to the requirements for the extension in case the relevant people would appeal. And also regarding the effect of an extension of a sanction, because the sanction imposed by an association confederation normally has the same effect in each member association of FIFA. Also, if a decision that is not final in a legal sense is extended, then any decision regarding extension shall always be based on the content of the association's current decision. If I might translate that, because it's not easy to read, that means that if a player is sanctioned in a federation, by a federation, and then he appeals in the meantime, the decision of FIFA, of the disciplinary committee, to extend his sanction will be based on the content of the current decision taken at national level. So if in the meantime, after his sanction was extended, the player goes to the appeal committee in the national jurisdiction, or even to the third judicial body, the third extent in its national jurisdiction, and those bodies would reduce or even cancel that sanction, that means that our extension would also fall under this rule. And believe it or not, this has happened quite a few times, and is quite unfortunate for us to have to deal with something like that. Now, just a bit of regarding numbers, we had, since 2011, we have had 274 worldwide extension of sanctions related to match manipulation that were pronounced by the FIFA Disciplinary Committee. These were imposed on different countries, on different continents. They include provisional bans and vary a lot. They can vary from several months to a life ban. And this is due to the fact that, as I said before, there are 209 national associations, plus the relevant confederations, which all of them have their own regulations and their own jurisprudence. And it can be that match manipulation in one country can be sanctioned with a few months or few years, depending on the extent of the match manipulation. But in another country, it can be that sanction, the standard sanction is life ban. I don't want to comment on those regulations, but just to show you there's quite a bit of differences from one country to country, which is reflected in our extensions. Also, these sanctions were imposed not only on players, but on officials, and more importantly, on match officials, so on referees. As I said before, some of these sanctions rendered by the national associations have been, unfortunately, canceled or reduced on appeal at national level. And you can see here one of the most famous cases where Mr. Conte, his ban, after being extended by FIFA, has been reduced from 10 months to just 3 months, if I'm not mistaken, and he resumed coaching. This was quite unfortunately for us because, as you can understand, FIFA is trying to also make a statement with the extension of these sanctions, which you will see in the media releases examples I will give further on. And any such decision that would reduce or even cancel the sanctions at national level will have a major impact on how the fight against match manipulation at worldwide level is seen. Now, the second option of the FIFA Disciplinary Committee, as I said before, is to deal directly with, so to conduct its own proceedings in cases of direct jurisdiction. First, let's have a look at the persons that are under FIFA jurisdiction as per Article 3 of the Disciplinary Committee. And you see there not only players, but also associations, clubs, match officials, and virtually anybody with an authorization from FIFA taking part in associated football. However, there's also a list of people who are not under FIFA jurisdiction, which is also quite important because, as you can see here, there are physical and legal persons that fall solely under the competence of the state authorities. And unfortunately, these persons are normally or usually the fixer at the top of the chain. So these people sort of elude FIFA jurisdiction by the mere fact that they are not directly involved in football. And FIFA's jurisdiction only concerns people involved in football, active in football. The internal procedure for conducting a proceeding directly dealing with match manipulation is that the Disciplinary Committee would receive a report from EWS, which Nick mentioned before, in case of a suspicion match. Then there would be an investigation conducted by the Security Department of FIFA. And here we liaise with Nick and the members of the integrity team there. And once the investigation is finished, a detailed report on the case is passed on to the secretary to the Disciplinary Committee, which then submits it to the Disciplinary Committee itself. And then if the committee deems it complete and accurate, their disciplinary proceedings are open in accordance with the FDC. And then these proceedings normally conclude with a decision and potentially with an appeal. Now, the legal basis normally for these cases, so direct cases under competence of FIFA, is mainly Article 69 of the FIFA Disciplinary Code, which is called unlawfully influencing match results. And what is important is that this doesn't only sanction the people directly involved in the match manipulation, but as you can see in paragraph 2, also the club or associations to which the player or official belongs, which is fined, so it's financially sanctioned for the manipulation of the matches. We also have Article 62, which concerns corruption and deals with both active and passive corruptions, for which the minimum sanctions are quite severe. We're talking about a 10,000 Swiss francs fine, at least, and a ban on taking part in football-related activity, which is the main sanction normally for all cases related to match manipulation. And also important is that prosecution is not limited in cases of corruption, so we can prosecute even after a period of 10 years or even 15 years from the date the match fixing was conducted. There are certain issues about procedure that are specific to FIFA regarding admissibility of proof, with all the examples of admissible evidence there, including reports, declaration from witnesses, material evidence, or even audio and video recordings, which is quite useful. And also the evaluation of proof. So the standard of proof at FIFA level is basically the personal convictions of the members of the disciplinary committee, which is equal to, or which corresponds directly to the comfortable satisfaction which is set out by the Court of Arbitration for Sport in its awards, and which is lower than beyond any reasonable doubt, the standard used in state criminal proceedings. And the reason why this is so important is that, as I specified before, we had cases where at national level, the people sanctioned have appealed and have won on appeal, so have had their sanction reduced or even canceled on appeal. And the main reason for that was that the standard of proof in those countries, in those systems, in those national associations or national levels was higher than at FIFA level. So, for example, you would have a decision taken by CONI, which is the third and last Court of Appeal in Italy for all sanctions, all proceedings in sports, which ruled and reduced considerably some bans, such as the ban of Mr. Conte, based on the fact that one of the reasons was that the standard of proof were sensibly higher than the one of FIFA. It was beyond any reasonable doubt. And using this standard, the CONI court, the CONI tribunal, ruled against the findings of the initial decision of the National Federation. Now, we have also cases that I can use as examples for what we talked before. So cases under direct competence of the FIFA Disciplinary Committee. For the most famous case is the one that was conducted in 2011, where 2 friendly matches were played in Antalya, and all goals in both matches were scored by penalty. This was a match which was not televised, which had no spectators. The referees were not used, the organizers did not use local referees from Turkey, but flew in referees from Bosnia, which were informed that they would referee the match the day before, and were flown in the day before the match. And a lot of the particularities of how these matches were played and organized led to an investigation by the FIFA security team and to the conduction of proceedings, which were concluded by the sanctioning of 6 match officials, so 6 referees, the referees who officiated those 2 matches, and they were sanctioned with life bans from taking part in any football-related activity by the FIFA Disciplinary Committee in August 2011. Here you have the media release for these cases, which, as I said before, is very important when trying to pass on the message of FIFA's serious fight against match manipulation worldwide. Now, I will not start with the cooperation and partnership, but it's important to state that there has to be sharing of information and documentation between state authorities and sports justice. This is a fundamental piece which has been already stated by Nick in his presentation. And we'd like to move on to the FIFA Ethics Committee, which is the second important judicial body of FIFA, and which is governed by the FIFA Code of Ethics, divided into 2 chambers, which is the investigatory chamber and the adjudicatory chamber. The investigatory chamber, which acts as the prosecutor, so prosecutes the case, and the adjudicatory chamber, which acts as the tribunal and taking the decision on the case. The Code of Ethics is issued by the FIFA Executive Committee, and the jurisdiction of the FIFA Ethics Committee is quite wide, as you can see from below. The conduct of the persons has to be while performing their duties, but there's also a residual jurisdiction even if the persons are not performing the duties. So the jurisdiction of the FIFA Ethics Committee goes quite far, but what has to be stated is that it only concerns physical persons and not also legal persons, which are not under the jurisdiction of the FIFA Ethics Committee. Now, the internal procedure is almost the same as in the case of disciplinary committee. So first, there's information to the investigatory chamber of the FIFA Ethics Committee. The investigation proceedings are being conducted either by the chamber itself or delegated to FIFA Integrity, so to Nick's team. Then there's a closing of investigation proceedings and preparation of a final report with all the facts and evidence, and the evaluation of the final report by the adjudicatory chamber, which when would decide to open adjudicatory proceedings, and then the deliberations and decision and any potential appeal. Now, the legal basis for these proceedings and for sanctions, potential sanctions, is Article 25 of the FIFA Code of Ethics, which concerns the integrity of matches and competitions. This reflects more or less the Article 69 of the disciplinary code. But also there are other rules, much more detailed, which concern other aspects which can be linked to match fixing, such as loyalty, the duty to disclosure, the conflict of interest, or more importantly, bribery and corruption. Now here we have also an example of the media release made in the case of in the case of match fixing that was judged by the adjudicatory committee last year. So on 7th of October, Mr. Linda Kika, a former official of the South African Football Association, was found guilty of violations committed in relation to match fixing and was banned from all football-related activities at national and international level for 6 years. And the decision, as you can see, was taken based of several articles of the Code of Ethics. And also in closing, I would just want to remind to just touch on the FIFA Code of Conduct, which, to the contrary of the FIFA Disciplinary Code and FIFA Ethics Code, which concern several aspects, specific aspects or jurisdictions of FIFA, applies to everybody in the FIFA family. So not only players, officials, clubs, associations, but also administration. So for example, FIFA administration. I am under the jurisdiction of the FIFA Code of Conduct as an employee of FIFA. So this Code of Conduct is quite useful for more as a preventive tool and an educational tool, as it contains the core principle for behavior and conduct of the FIFA family, and which are useful for anybody who wants to have a clear view of what the principles of FIFA stand for when it comes to corruption and match fixing. Sorry if I went a bit overboard, but thank you very much for allowing us the opportunity to address you, and I'll see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Octavian. Thank you very much, Nick. Response from the football world. Let's move now to the response from the public authorities. Et pour ce faire, j'appelle.
And I would thus like to call to the stage Mr. Rausch, head of the legal department at the Federal Office for Sport in Macolin. Ladies and gentlemen, very much for inviting me to speak at this symposium. I'm going to try to explain to you briefly the measures that states and Switzerland in particular can take to combat the manipulation of sports competitions in legal terms and legislative terms. In Switzerland, for a long time, the population was unaware of the manipulation of certain sports competitions. It was not until 2009, after the case of manipulation involving referee Heutzer in Germany and the manipulations by FC Thun and FC Gassau in Switzerland, that the general public became aware of this problem in Switzerland. When, in 2012, the Federal Criminal Court completely vindicated the alleged offenders, there was amazement and indignation everywhere. Since then, things have calmed down, at least until the beginning of this week. This is partly due to the fact that no further obvious cases of manipulation were forthcoming in Switzerland. And the question is really whether there was really no other case of manipulation, or whether it's the absence of revelation of these manipulations because they cannot be punished. But it's also possible that this is due to the lack of public debate about the issue, because a major part of the population is not fully aware of the connection between manipulation of sports competitions and betting. This can be explained by the fact that sports betting and sports betting operators are not very visible on the public scene because of the current state of legislation in our country. Of course, bettors will find any number of betting opportunities on the many existing internet sites, but very often these are illegal offers so that there are few sports bets that are actually on the radar screen. And however, because sport is increasingly important in economic terms, sports betting represents a huge international market, and the risk of manipulation of sports competitions is accordingly increasing. We've heard about the factors that have led to the development of the market, and as Mr. Pradier said, we don't have specific knowledge about the figures on this market, but we do have estimates. According to the report Combating Sports Competition Manipulations, published in November 2014 by the University of the Sorbonne and the International Center for Sports Security, the ICCS, sports betting represented globally in 2011 turnover of almost 320 billion euros, without talking about horse races, dog races, and Karen races. About 85% of these bets were illegal bets. Given the enormous amounts of money at stake and the lack of regulation of betting operators online in Asia and other offshore locations, criminal organizations have a relatively low risk of being caught when they manipulate sports competitions. All international sports federations and political circles have recognized that the problem of match fixing cannot be solved simply at national level. We will not make any headway unless we work actively at national and international level with everyone's collaboration, a large range of actors, authorities, and organizations, including the public authorities, betting operators, and sports organizations. This is why in 2011, the IOC set up its founding working group on the fight against irregular and illegal sports betting. And when it did so, it also issued recommendations for concrete measures in education, information, surveillance, awareness raising, and analysis, as well as in legislation and regulation. In 2010, at the Council of Europe Conference of Sports Ministers held in Baku, recommendations were issued to fight the manipulation of competitions. 2 years down the road, at the 12th conference in Belgrade, it was decided to draft a legally binding convention. And finally, in 2014, during the conference held in Macolin here in Switzerland, the convention was signed by 15 states. This text is at your disposal. In fact, you will have received it in your document file. The Macolin Convention aims at preventing, detecting, and sanctioning manipulation of sports competitions. It governs, in particular, the following aspects: the commitment of signatory states to promoting national collaboration between sports organizations, betting operations, and public authorities, who must come together to assess the risks and, more generally, increase awareness on this issue. Those are Articles 4 to 6. The states also commit, and this is one of the essential points of the convention, to collaborating on an international level and to promising mutual legal assistance by creating a single national point of contact. From this commitment for legal assistance arises a commitment to establish criminal sanctions and rules of criminal procedure which are effective. There's a recommendation to take measures against illegal betting and illegal betting operators. The signatory states also commit to establishing minimum requirements for the national regulation authorities and to impose requirements on betting operators in terms of good governance. And finally, the convention requires states to adopt recommendations on good governance for sports organizations with a view to combating the manipulation of sports competitions. With respect to the requirements for betting operators in the convention, we could mention the prohibition on offering certain forms of live betting, the cancellation of bets, wagers when a concrete risk of manipulation is detected, prohibition of offering bets on competitions involving children or young people, prohibition of betting on the products of one's own company, and the commitment to set up a monitoring system. It's also prohibited to bet on sports events that don't represent any interest in sporting terms, and information must be given to the organizers of sports events on the bets that their event is generating. And it is also impossible for sponsors or others to influence the course of competitions. It must be made impossible. The concrete requirements for sports organizations are the following. They must establish prevention programs, which include training, awareness, and information aspects. That takes us back to what we talked about this morning. They are not allowed to provide insider information. They must choose the referee as late as possible before the beginning of the competition. They must provide an anonymous reporting service for the athletes. They are prohibited from taking on betting operators as sponsors for clubs or athletes. They are prohibited. The athletes are prohibited from betting on the competitions that they themselves are taking part in. There must be guarantees of respect for the players' rights. Their contracts must be clear and duly executed, especially with regard to the payment of salaries and bonuses. There must be disciplinary measures in the event of violation of the rules of to the rules of conduct. And the list goes on. If we want the convention to achieve its goals, we need the greatest number possible of states to sign it. So it's not reserved for just European states, but has been open to all states in the world. Now, what does this text mean for Switzerland? The acquittals by the Federal Criminal Court that I mentioned at the beginning of my talk show that our national law is still inadequate. There are major gaps. Before these decisions were handed down, however, the Federal Council had underlined these gaps in its report on the fight against corruption and match fixing in sport, and had more or less predicted that these people would be acquitted. It therefore requested that the federal administration consider making sports fraud a criminal offense, and that the sports betting market be adequately regulated. And as luck would have it, this coincided with the drafting of a bill on gambling and betting. It was therefore possible to include the necessary standards which are in keeping with the Macaulan Convention in this text. The Federal Council adopted the message on this bill on the 12th of October 2015. The relevant committee of the Council of States will be considering it as of the 20th of February, and you can find the text of the most important provisions in your document file. It was only after the bill was of this bill that Switzerland will be able to ratify the Macaulan Convention. The bill contains different measures to fight the manipulation of sports competitions. Some of them are explicit and others are implicit. The main criminal provisions on the manipulation of sports competitions need to be integrated in the law on the promotion of sport following the articles on doping, and I'll come back to that. The very concept of manipulation of sports competitions is not defined explicitly in the bill. However, the message contains a description of this offense which is based on that of the convention. And Pierre Cornu mentioned this concept this morning, this description this morning. The first preventive standards for preventing manipulation are to be found in the article on operators' licenses. This article requires that betting operators and their bodies are independently managed. This is Article 22(1)(f), which excludes any form of participation in a sports organization or presence in its governing bodies. Furthermore, the text provides that all gambling or betting operators have to have a security concept which distinguishes between the different risks for each type of game or bet. The Federal Council will hand down an enforcement order with the minimum standards with respect to these concepts. And already today, betting operators must have a monitoring system or work with one or several operators of monitoring systems. Article 25 also defines preventively the conditions to be fulfilled to obtain a betting license for major events. The license can be issued if, among other things, the betting can be operated securely and transparently. This rule makes it possible to prohibit sports bets for which there's a high risk of manipulation. In this category, we find certain forms of live betting. Furthermore, in paragraph 2, there's an explicit prohibition of bets on sports events whose participants are mainly minors. Article 62 prohibits all excessive contact between betting operators and sports clubs or athletes that could incite these betting operators to exercise influence over the course of competitions. According to this article, the operators cannot enter into sponsorship contracts or any other types of contracts with the athletes or the clubs, and they cannot hold any financial stakes in these clubs. Articles 63, 64, 108, and 109, finally, provide for exchange of information and data between the authorities and the relevant organizations. It is worth mentioning Article 63, paragraph 2, which authorizes, when there is sufficient suspicion of manipulation, the transmission of required information, including sensitive data on bettors themselves, to sports federations or to competition organizers. One of the components of the fight against the manipulation of competitions and the fight against the unauthorized betting offers is mainly concerns online betting. Article 84 provides that these offers, access to these offers, can be blocked. The Gambling and Betting Act brings in the central element of the Council of Europe Convention, that is the creation of a national platform for information exchange at national and international level, entrusting this task to the Intercantonal Authority for Surveillance and Enforcement, the COMLOT. The COMLOT is empowered to take any necessary administrative measures to allow legal sports bets. Of course, it's true that it cannot tell sports organizations how to behave, and thus, in the event of suspicion of manipulation, is not able to ban a competition from going forward, but it can using an administrative decision, prohibit a betting operator from organizing and offering bets, wagers on this event. Now, I'd like to talk about criminal statutes. So I think we've understood what the legislator is aiming at. The measures are geared towards sports competitions which attract and generate betting. In other words, if we refer to the new criminal provisions, only manipulation of sports competitions on which betting occurs should be the subject of criminal offense, since whether these are Swiss or foreign bets, this makes it possible to distinguish between serious and less serious cases. The Attorney General's office should not be running around dealing with a problem of a six-pack of beer in a friendly tournament. This kind of betting should come under the disciplinary sanctions handed down by the Federation itself. As we can see easily by reading the legal statute, the statute is not as initially suggested suggested by the words sports fraud, a special norm in the field of fraud. It's a special standard in the field of corruption. The new act which constitutes an event will have to do with the fairness of the competition. This aims first and foremost at protecting the integrity of the sport itself and not the financial interests of the organizers of the competition or betting operators. So it's logic and coherent that these criminal standards be included in the law on the promotion of sport just after the provisions on doping and not in the law on gambling and betting. Of course, this does not mean that we cannot also provide sanctions for the manipulation of competitions on the basis of other offenses, other types of offenses. For example, when a player or a referee is blackmailed, threatened, or coerced in order to get him to behave in a certain way, these are acts which come under other offenses which can be then enforced. The measures in the Act on Gambling and Betting to fight the manipulation of sports competitions also aim to fight this type of manipulation. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Rauch, pour cet exposé. Et maintenant, je voudrais inviter ici sur la scène Monsieur Michael MD, qui nous vient de Bochum, avocat à Bochum en Allemagne.
Okay, that's me. Dear ladies and gentlemen, at the very beginning I would like to introduce myself. My name is Michael Emde and I'm an attorney at law in Bochum, Germany, specialized on criminal law. Since the year 2009, I'm involved in the matter of match fixing and work as an observer and representative for the UEFA. For these last years, I observed all preliminary proceedings which were pending in Bochum, supplying all information and files which were from any interest. It is a pleasure for me to be here today, and thank you very much for the invitation. I already apologized that I focused just on practical and legal aspects inside the German legal system, but the main principles will be comparable also in other systems. Because I was given just a short time of 20 minutes, I will restrict my statement to a short overview of the main facts and figures, and excuse me that I have not a solution for every problem I name. During the last 30 years, there were just 3 main court trials in Germany which dealt with manipulation of big sport events. A 4th one is still open at the regional court in Stuttgart. All 4 of them have been linked to football games. Already in 2006, the Croatian citizen Ante Sapina, we saw some pictures of him over the day, was sanctioned to a prison sentence on the ground of bribery of the referee called Robert Heutzer by the Regional Court of Berlin. While he was imprisoned, he continued with the manipulation of more football games. And in the middle of 2009, the investigation office in Bochum took notice of these manipulations and started to investigate. In November 2009, the public was informed about the content and amount of the investigations. The police and the prosecutor, the police and the prosecutor found more than 350 suspicious matches and more than 270 suspect persons. During the investigations, they had to handle more than 60,000 sheets of wiretapping protocols and more than 15,000 emails. The court file had more than 16,500 sheets, only the file, not the evidences. Probably it was the biggest investigation worldwide made in the field of manipulation in sport. The first problem regarding the handling of match manipulation are the different views of the involved parties. Clubs and federations do focus on the manipulation itself, while investigators just focus on the criminal act. In 2012, match manipulation was sanctioned only in 17 out of 54 affiliated federations of the UEFA. In Germany, a special aim came into effect as recently at the 1st of this year, the 1st of January. Yes, it's in the years before, match fixing was not sanctioned in Germany. It was only the betting on manipulated matches. Up to this date, sometimes investigators are not really interested in the clarification of facts because they assume international working bet companies do not need any protection. But worldwide, investigators observe that members of organized crime coming up from classical fields as drug or armed trade or red light crimes do switch to match manipulation and bets. Enormous amounts of money are laundered in the field of betting. I heard another numbers of money amounts today, but experts think that the whole Asian bet market is estimated to $700 billion, and every single of the 3 biggest Asian bet companies has a higher turnover than Coca-Cola. Of course, a lot of problems do rise during an investigation and during trials regarding match-fixing cases, but the most peculiar problem is to get aware of these cases. How is it possible to get notice of these issues? That's the first reason, since most of the football federations start to use prevention programs to control and obviate match fixing, and match fixing rise to a well-known problem, often or sometimes players, referees and officials addressed to federations or the police. Some companies like Sports Radar or FIFA Early Warning System observe the legal worldwide bet market, but you should disband the idea that sports bets are made personality at a betting agency a couple of days before the match. This kind of bets still do exist, but it's not the main problem. Today, about 90% of the bets are made online in so-called live bets. The bets can be made up to some minutes before the respective match is finished. Of course, the bet rate does change constantly during this time. The rates are calculated freshly by all providers following the incoming bets. These rates are checked by special companies if some unusual changes can be found, and especially bets which do not follow the run of the match are examined closely. But this sourcing of information is restricted and get to its boundaries quickly, because at first you need real high bets to change a rate significantly. experts assume that a bet of 5 million euros given to a favorite game in the European First League will not change the rate significantly. Even if manipulation is recognized, you still do not know who put whom to a manipulation. The already mentioned investigation of the prosecution office in Bochum started by random. A well-known criminal was investigated before because of various cases of blackmailing and acts of violence. His nickname is Teflon Dennis, because nothing sticks. Better nothing stick, because he was sentenced to a prison sentence from about over 4 years. But during the phone tapping, the investigations overheard a conversation about a loan which should be used to buy a Belgian second league football club, and this bargain was only used to manipulate matches. And at the beginning, it was more than difficult for the investigators to handle this information properly. Every investigator knows something about murder or drug dealing or violence or so on, but this topic was absolutely new for the police. And during the conversation, some names were mentioned. They could not be brought into a reasonable context, and no one of the investigators did know any of officials or players by name. And because this lack of knowledge, the UEFA was contacted quite early to get the necessary information. And due to this additional information, it was possible to compare the content of the conversation with information about persons and matches. Additionally, the investigators did not know details about the bet market, and even the information coming up from the first trial against Ante Sapina did not help, because this trial dealt just with bets made by the German bet system Oddset. And now the bets were placed at different agencies and even via agents in Asia, and about these procedures no one had any experience. And since the 1st January of 2016, the Bochum Prosecution Office does not investigate anymore in these cases. And some well-experienced investigators are pensioned or moved to other departments, and the chief investigator works in the homicide cases now, and he's not involved in these investigations. Because of this, it is feared that the know-how will be gone again soon, and in new cases of match fixing, the investigators cannot come back to this knowledge. The most important tool at all investigations is still phone tapping, especially regarding mobile phones. But the investigators were flooded by a huge number of tapped phone calls which have to analyze, and they made a lot of mistakes, because one interpreter said regularly you have to write down the conversation in the original language and have to translate afterwards. And in fact, they heard the conversation and wrote it down in German, and that made a lot of mistakes in the trials, and some of these protocols had to renew in the trial. It was very difficult. And because a lot of offenders come from foreign countries, a lot of these phone calls have to be translated first, and this is already one obstacle which does influence the speed of the investigations. Also, the technical implementation of the phone tapping is quite difficult because of the offender's mobility and the fact that in every country a new local phone card is purchased. But in general, the necessary legal permission to phone tap is limited to the known phone number in the country leading the investigation, and the consistent phone tapping is restricted to single phone numbers. The consistent monitoring of persons cannot be guaranteed in these cases. Even nowadays, a lot of investigations officers do not have the technical capacities and possibilities to observe communication via Skype or voice over IP services. And problematical is also the control of short text messages via BlackBerry devices. BlackBerry is still normally used by drug dealers and also by the betting persons. The messages are saved only on servers in Canada, and foreign legal decisions are not accepted by the Canadian legal system, and so there is no ground for publishing this information to foreign investigators. Sometimes these procedures does take so much time that saved messages are already deleted, or the deletion is at least claimed in the time the required resolution can be provided. And like in the most investigations, also in match-fixing cases, witnesses are another important source of information. But maybe witnesses can be classified as the most important evidence in these kind of cases. And one interesting characteristic was shown in the match-fixing cases. During the hearing of suspected persons, the investigators were skeptical because the content of the testimonies deviated widely from the content of the phone tapping protocols. We had the problem 2 weeks ago. Different conversations were tapped in which single suspects reported to other people about manipulated matches. And during the hearing itself, the manipulations were denied, even if the suspect confessed the rest. And after analyzing all hearings and phone tapping protocols, it was noticed that some manipulators deluded other gambling partners to provoke higher bets on not manipulated matches. And the reason for this operation was that higher bets on de facto manipulated matches led to not wanted movements of the bet rate, and that's why the suspects tried to give information about the de facto manipulated matches to nobody or to just a small group of other people. And I think that the suspects sometimes simply lied. Suspected football players often stated that they were bribed but did not fulfill their promise to play badly, and these statements could seldomly be proved wrong. In the files of sports law, these statements did not matter because most national and international football federations allow bans if an offer to manipulate a match is not reported to the federation. And football players who confessed the manipulation, a respective offer or bribe, got bans from several years in Germany. Also, the credibility of witnesses often is questionable because generally persons which attended at conversations regarding match fixing were classified as suspects and not as witnesses with special rights. And witnesses who overheard conversations about alleged manipulated matches can witness the content of the conversation, but not the validity or truth of these statements. And because often false tips were given, witness testimonies has to be handled with care. As soon as national investigators wanted to investigate in foreign countries, they are confronted with an immense bureaucratic effort. All activities need motions regarding international legal assistance, which are dealt with different kind of speed in different countries. Sometimes they even are forgotten completely, especially on lands on countries in the southeastern part of Europe. And even in the area of Schengen, a cross-border activity is still very time-consuming. Therefore, necessary witness hearings needed long preparational proceedings before they could be run, and generally cross-border investigations require the intervention of Europol or Interpol to coordinate all necessary steps. During the first month of the Bochum investigations, one prosecutor was responsible for just these kind of international legal assistance motions with his complete manpower for several months. While the lawsuit was run, a huge number of motions helped to simplify the procedure of international legal assistance, and the fact that investigators from different countries started to get to know each other speeded the things up afterwards. The German investigations led to some information about manipulated matches in so-called rogue states, which are classified as rogue because of their political systems. the government authorities were anxious that only the official information of a suspicion could lead to non-calculated consequences for the subjects. And because of these worries, motions of legal assistance, these countries were not approved by the German government, and therefore these investigations could not be followed further. How far this knowledge can be used by international federations to investigate on a disciplinary level is, in Germany, it's very controversial because similar consequences have to be feared. And investigations regarding suspect players or officials coming from these countries were shut down in Germany, but the informations were given to the confederations. Regarding manipulation and betting, seldom all single acts belonging to a crime are committed in the same jurisdiction. For example, a manipulator in Bochum phones an official in another country and bets in Asia. Therefore, nearly all defendants of the accused criticized the local competence of the court in Bochum, but these objections were rejected by the court in every single case, and the highest criminal court of Germany, the Bundesgerichtshof, did confirm all these decisions. Because a group of delinquents acted, the German courts found it sufficient if one of the accused committed one single part of the crime in the respective jurisdiction, and the local competence of the Bochum court was determined only by the credit grantor, by Dennis Celik, also Teflon Dennis, and regarding the purchase of the football club about whom I talked already. But in every single case, the competence has to be checked detailed. Already in the year 2005, the Croatian citizen Ante Sapina was condemned to a prison sentence of 2 years and 10 months. Against this verdict, Sapina filed an appeal at the Bundesgerichtshof, and in his statement, the General Federal Prosecutor evaluated the actions of Sapina as not punishable and asked for the verdict non guilty. The reason for this motion was that a final loss could not be determined. The Bundesgerichtshof did not follow this statement and confirmed the verdict of the first level of jurisdiction. But to justify this verdict, the court invented a new legal concept called rate damage. Didn't exist in Germany before. The court supposed that other bettors are damaged because the manipulation, or better, the bets on manipulated matches, led to a change of the bet rate, which caused damage to honest bettors. This legal concept is still controversial between German lawyers, and after the verdicts from Bochum, the German law system waited for a revision of this concept, but the Bundesgerichtshof did not change his mind. But the rate damage causes problems if there are cases in which the bets to manipulated matches were not successful. Some verdicts were revoked by the Bundesgerichtshof, but it stuck to the rate damage principle. The first court level was instructed, when necessary, to calculate the damage mathematically, and because of this they contacted a professor specialized on bet mathematics, and the professor explained that on principle such a calculation is possible, but takes per match approximately 1 year time to evaluate. This led to the court's decision to the dismiss of all problematic cases and pronounce sentences just in the easy cases. And that was only a practical solution. The legal solution of this problem is still controversial. And another problem is the bet on machines. A lot of criminal laws do require the fraud of national persons. In these countries, it is not punishable to bet on manipulated matches via machines. I think a Swiss court gave the verdict of non-guilty to some accused which were instructed to bet on manipulated matches via machine by a group of convicts. In Germany, we have an offense, it's called machine fraud. It is Article 265A of the German Criminal Code, and therefore people can be sentenced if they influence a result of a data process by using false or incomplete data. The Bundesgerichtshof did not object against the use of this offense to bet regarding manipulated matches. And I sent the draft. Please ignore the question marks. During a case against the gambler of the Netherlands and a former professional German football player, the football player stated he just accepted the offer in pretense. He took the money and claimed that also other players would participate in this manipulation. Afterwards, he emphasized that this claim has been a lie. The conversations between the player and the gambler took place exclusively in the Netherlands. The court did not find any of them guilty. The gambler, because the act itself occurred in the Netherlands, so German law, could not be used because of the foreign side of crime. And due to the player, the court decided that his statement that he did not manipulate a match could not be disproved. And the crime of fraud affecting the gambler, which was committed doubtlessly, was already lapsed. The prosecution office appealed against the decision. It's still pending at the Bundesgerichtshof. Now, short conclusions. The only conclusion which can be drawn because of all these legal and real problems is that it is important to throw light on these delicate matters, to educate players and officials. We heard a lot of this about this today. And most of the football federations already work hard to do so. And another important task is exchange of information between all federations and the investigation offices. This leads not just to an easier way to handle criminal acts by authorities and disciplinary matters by the federations. Such an exchange will also raise the awareness of the public and authorities. And finally, we also need an internationalization of the relevant articles of law. It would be preferable if in all countries match fixing and bets to manipulated matches would be sanctioned the same way. The international federations already started to work on this matter, but not just in Germany. These procedures do take a lot of time. And come to the end, why do people visit football matches or other sports events? Because they do not know the result before. And so I think manipulation damages sport, and regardless if it is doping or match fixing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Michael, for your very interesting presentation. Chers amis, j'ai une petite annonce à vous faire. Nous avons changé un tout petit peu le programme de cet après-midi. Nous allons effectuer la pause café maintenant, pendant 15 minutes. S'il vous plaît, ne profitez pas pour filer à l'anglaise. Nous avons encore un menu très intéressant. Le professeur Vidal interviendra après la pause. Monsieur Pujol interviendra après la pause. Il y aura également un débat, questions-réponses avec tous nos intervenants de l'après-midi. Et sans oublier bien évidemment le traditionnel apéritif de fin de colloque qui aura lieu environ vers 4h45. Donc on va effectuer une petite pause de 15 minutes, retour à 14h55. Merci beaucoup. Voilà, mesdames et messieurs.
Ladies and gentlemen, could I ask you to sit down so we can open the last part of the session?
Ladies and gentlemen, sit. We'll start in a few seconds. Voilà pour cette deuxième partie.
For the second part of the afternoon, we have a program including the response of the betting operators. And to talk to us about this very interesting subject, we have the pleasure to introduce Thierry Pujol, Director of the Integrity of Sport at the Française des Jeux in Paris. Thierry, thank you for being here.
Bien. Merci.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we really needed that break just before moving on to the sports betting operators. I'd like to start by wishing the CIES a very good anniversary, 2020. That's a good age. It's the beginning of adulthood and the beginning of maturity. And we see this happening. We see your image developing in the world. And I'm delighted and very honored to have been invited to speak. I'm going to talk today about integrity. And I'm going to use the questions that were put forward this morning. We talked about the idea of canceling and reimbursing bets. This is one of my jobs. A betting operator who obeys the law can suspend betting. So all the bets placed before that time have to be refunded. Even if there was match fixing, then it's up to the investigators to prove that the match was fixed. And at that point, the bets will be refunded. But the process goes ahead whether the match has been fixed or not. The bets can be canceled if there's certainty of fraud or match fixing, and the odds come back to 1. All the bettors will be refunded. So that's the way it works. So it's an investigative job for us to be refunded, by that I mean the sporting operators, because we're the betting operators, because we're the victims. And Professor Vidal is going to be talking about educational programs and information programs, which are very, very important. In my job, we also do, in my department, we also do a lot of education. This can be measurable with the French Professional Football League. Obviously, we can't measure corruption by its very definition, but we know that we have a duty, and the leagues and the federations also have a duty to inform and educate their players about the ban on betting in their sport. A lot of young players don't know this. Those who are under 18, they don't even know that they're not allowed to bet before the age of 18. All of this then can be measured by what we do with Argel, file sharing. We have cross-references between players and those who are betting online, and little by little we see that the number of players betting on their own sport is going down. So that's good news. The education programs are paying off, and it's a process you have to repeat and repeat and repeat, but it's a good thing because the results are measurable and they're encouraging. I was talking about that because some of my material has already been taken by other speakers, so I'm going to have to skip some of it, but I wanted to start by talking about the market for sports betting, then go into the risks present on the market, and then tell you about the FDJ's control and monitoring system. It's, of course, a sensitive sector. There are social risks and public risks. We are responsible for fighting these. The risks to the public public risks, mainly money laundering and match fixing. The social risks are excessive gambling and fraud. modes of regulation. Of course, you might say, what happens if we prohibit betting, as is the case in the United States outside of Nevada and Delaware? And we could include New Jersey and Oregon, I believe. But in the other states, people are still gambling. And that's where match-fixing issues arise. Then there's a monopoly or exclusive rights. France and other countries have exclusive state operators, and then you have licensed operators with a limited number of licensees who can propose bets. So each country chooses its means of regulation according to its history, its culture, and its aims or objectives. But I can tell you that if you prohibit betting, there will still be betting, and it'll be even more difficult to control. What is an illegal operator? This is a very nice definition by the Council of Europe, also used by UNESCO. It's an operator with no explicit authorization to provide or offer betting in the jurisdiction of the consumer. This was the object of a lengthy debate. It's now been adopted by the Council of Europe and therefore, by definition, by all its member states. This has mostly all been said, but it's about 5% of the overall sports bets represent about 5% of the entire gambling market. These are estimates. It's very difficult to estimate the market, but it's about 5% of all gambling in gross gaming revenues. And overall, what we estimate is that 70% of it is the physical network, the bricks and mortar. We're talking a lot about internet, but it's still only 30%. 70% of bets are with the bookmakers and other sales outlets in Europe and in the world. That is what the market looks like. And I didn't even mention the street market. The illegal street market is very difficult to get a grasp of. In Asia, in China, and Italy, it's very complicated. And it's good to talk about the internet. It's true that there's an internet boom, but there's also a real physical market. In billions of euros, these figures have already been given, so I'll go quickly here. So you can see the development between the year 2000. Mr. Oswald told us about this at the start of the day. And this is something we have to keep a very close eye on. You have the wagers, the winnings, and the gross gaming revenues. And it's the difference between the wagers and the rate of return that we're interested in. So big volumes. If we're, remember, we're still talking about estimates. The bets are a little higher than Poland's GIP and a little bit less than Switzerland's GDP. So this to give you a general idea of the phenomenon we're dealing with. The illegal market, this was said this morning as well, 85% of the entire market, hence the difficulty of combating match fixing. The legal market only represents 15% of the overall market. Which sports generate the greatest number of bets? Well, there are three that stand out. Football, far, far out in front, then tennis, and finally basketball. And then you've got the other sports that can be offered for betting. I'm sure it'd be interesting to try some of these bets. Lacrosse, rink hockey. There are lots of sports. Even fishing, you can even bet on fishing. You can do anything with betting. But don't forget that these are niche markets, and these niche markets are not where things are really happening unless the mafia get involved. That is not where the big problems occur. This has also been mentioned by the speakers. We all agree that the most dangerous forms of betting are spread betting, betting on a corner kick, play, a red card, or how many points they're going to be at minute X. Those are the things that are difficult to control. Betting exchange, it's like a stock exchange. Betting between two bettors, and the betting operator doesn't really know who his clients are, so that's a good way to launder money. if the betting operator is not responsible. And fantasy games, you can even go so far as to use algorithms to invent results in sport, in football, etc. So all of these forms of betting require surveillance, monitoring, and when I talk to other betting operators, this is where the difference lie. What, in terms of what we accept and what we don't, what the others are doing and what we will not accept. This is how we can see what the level of acceptance of responsibility is with respect to the social and public risks. This is how you can evaluate a sports betting operator. So here's a question that we use in our education and prevention program with the French Football League and the Rugby and Handball Federations. We started with handball, working with handball after the problem that occurred. The first question we ask to the professional clubs and the youth clubs is how many fixed matches were there this year in the world? And over the years, we ask this question and we keep watch on the data, and we see that a lot of fixed matches have not been detected. Between 300 and 700 appear in the press. And you can see that it's just the tip of the iceberg, because it's obviously very difficult to get any grasp of what is actually happening. And the second question is, which sports are the most affected in the world? We've already talked about this. The first is football. In 2014, I don't have the figures for 2015 yet, but it won't be very different. They won't be very different. Football. 86% of cases that the press talked about were in football, 4% for tennis, and then cricket, which, as you know, is an extremely popular sport in India and Pakistan, and there were big scandals in 2014 in cricket. The number of matches identified over a given period, first semester 2015, Europe is the leader with 66 cases. That's Western Europe, 45 for Eastern Europe. That's 100 cases. You can see that the remainder is in the rest of Europe. And football is biggest in Europe. So the transcriminal organizations are hard at work, the mafia, in other words. This is an example that shows how complex the setup is. When we talk about Calcios Gomez, we see that it all started in Singapore using offshore companies to pay off people who were in clubs, referees, and the like. But it's a serious setup. It's not meet me at the exit and I'll give you an envelope. No, the money goes through Panama in a special shell company, and Dantan is sitting in Singapore and sends his chief operating officer to take care of all this. I know you're familiar with the scheme, but it's interesting to see how many stages there are in it. We're talking about some very serious contenders here. Another scandal that broke out this summer had to do with between the 'Ndrangheta, the Calabrian mafia, that had dozens of casinos and gambling institutions in Malta, and their ring was dismantled. They were laundering money, and they were also running sports betting operations. So the mafia are everywhere all the time. This brings me to my subject itself, which is the FDJ's monitoring system. We're an official betting operator in France. Just a few words about the French market. I don't want to give you a lot of figures, but just so that you can understand. As I said, we are a state monopoly for the physical network, and our regulator is the Budget Ministry. And we're also a licensed betting operator, one among many. There are 11 operators for online sports bets, and our regulator for that activity is ARJEL, which is the Online Betting Regulatory Authority. You can see the turnover figures here. I added the figures for 2015, so they're continuing to increase. Sports betting is a good business to be in. The new generation of young bettors are very interested. They're more interested in betting on sports than horse races. That's the way it is. As I said, when you prohibit something, you make it more attractive, and society is moving in this direction. So it's about two-thirds, the breakdown is about two-thirds, one-third. In my first slide, I showed you that the global market was broken down 70-30 between physical network and the internet, and this is borne out by this slide. The offering is less extensive online, and even in our physical network, as you know, in France, you don't have to give your identity when you bet. So sorry, actually our offering is more extensive online. So what are we fighting? Well, either money laundering or betting unfairly with the certainty that you're going to win. Fraudulent action can be used to alter the authenticity of the sporting event, or there can be wrongful action that is aimed at influencing the odds and the rates and bringing in more money. So what are the mechanisms for this? We can bet large sums on an event, knowing what the outcome will be. When you're sure of a future outcome or result, you can get a rate of return according to your goal. This is very important, and this is essential in the fight against manipulation. As a sports betting operator, the rate of return to the bettor is essential for limiting the risks of manipulation, because the higher the rate is, the more easily it will facilitate money laundering. The mafia say if you have a 99% rate of return, 1% for all the money I'm going to launder through the betting system. So it's important to have a good grasp of the rate of return. This morning, 85% was advanced. I think that's good for online activity. I think we have to be more cautious for the physical network, maybe 75 or somewhere around there. These are the things that you need to do to fight money laundering. And withdraw sums in cash and anonymously to be used for corruption or justify illegal financial flows. So sports bets can be an important tool for facilitating money laundering. So how can we organize our response? If I take the example of what we did at the FDJ, we have 3 levels of surveillance and monitoring. We have a team doing surveillance round the clock on betting and wagers with our 25,000 sales outlets. So all of this flows into our information system, and we can analyze it. And if we see suspicious movements or abnormal movements, as you know, there are companies that are specialized in fluctuations of odds, and all sports betting operators use them. Sportradar, BetGenius, they're experts at analyzing variations, but others look at the variation of variations in turnover. Based on the variation of odds, you can't guarantee 100% all the risks of fraud that you might encounter. These are all combinations. You have the variation of turnover, variation in odds for the sales outlets, the variation in location. If you have suspicious betting or betting which is very high in one given region, that will attract attention. So all these atypical events will attract attention. And then we have other teams that look at what's been detected by those who are looking at the information live. And they go back over it and they decide whether or not there's a need to sound the alert. There's nothing worse, and of course we can't allow ourselves to do this, to cry wolf. If I keep calling the police, specialized police in France, specialized in gambling, or Argel. If I keep calling them and saying another alert, they'll probably end up putting the phone down. Our credibility would be damaged. And you may not know, I talked about suspending betting, but you can suspend betting for other reasons than corruption or match fixing. You can suspend a bet because you're a sports betting operator. This was said this morning. You can run a financial risk, a counterpart risk. You can suspend betting for that reason as well, if you think that financially the situation is going south. So if there's a number of bettors on an operation and the betting operator says decides that the financial risk for the operator is too high, the betting can be suspended. So there's a lot of analysis to be done. And an alert or a warning is not something we do lightly. Then we have assessors and experts. I think that our main concern is money laundering. We have 2.3 billion in turnover, 2.13 for all games, all gambling. We're one of the leading players in Europe, but I'm not just giving you a plug for our company. However, we do have to disclose suspicions. There's a requirement for disclosure. Over 90% these cases involve 20% of our sports betting, especially in terms of money laundering. I've already talked about this. I talked about things we check. We check the offering. We control the rate of return to the bettor in terms of variation, the odds and rates, the type of betting. Our regulations are quite strict, hence the importance of being regulated rather than having an unregulated market. We centralize information. Our bettors, I'm talking about players here, but I'm not talking about athletes. I'm talking about bettors. So we detect atypical behavior on the part of our bettors. And then we have the internal actors, because it could happen, God forbid, that we have an internal fraud by somebody who's setting the odds, the front office, back office situation that you have in banks. We have the same thing. Our front office is made up of those who propose rates and odds, and the back office is made up of those who check the work of the front office to make sure that there are not little friendly arrangements being made. What type of atypical events are we looking for? Well, high amounts being bet on an outsider. That will arouse our attention. High amounts bet on a certain type of bet with low odds. This indicates a risk of money laundering. I talked about location. I talked about series of bets. There are people who like to bet, but when you have people who want to bet a lot of money, they tend to bet several times. And if they do that, you need to look at it more closely. And then bets placed in a short period of time. I'll give you an example so that you understand all of this clearly. In terms of the bettors and winners, what kinds of atypical situations do we see? We see bettors who want to remain anonymous. We see this in our physical locations. By law, a above and beyond 5,000 euros, we have to get the identity of our client. This is true all over Europe, except for Norway and Sweden, where all bettors have to identify themselves. We go down to 300 euros for sports betting. We identify our winners if they win more than 300 euros. But there are people who manage to not give their identity. We look into that more closely. I would give you their names, Judge Cornu, but they're in France. I don't think you'd be able to do anything about them. We would need a French judge for that. Then we have identified bettors who have a connection between them. They're using the same internet connection, for example. You think you know your bettors on the internet. That's what we say. There's nothing easier than to usurp somebody's identity. And the mafia or dishonest people can be using that to launder money. So just because you have an account doesn't mean you're safe. Then you have bettors and winners who are identified and known to the sports world or with close connections to the sports world. Two quick examples. In our physical betting locations, we have our alert system, our warning system. This is the green column. We can suspend the betting. I'm not going to give you the figures. It's cops and robbers. If I tell you what amount will set off the alarms, everybody will be able to adapt their illegal betting activity accordingly. So the alerts are placed on atypical events, and then we analyze the data. We call the retailers. Most of our retailers play along and keep us informed of what's happening. And then we block the receipts when we have a doubt about a wager. We ask for the identity of the winner. On the right, you have transmission. I talked about suspending betting and transmission of information. SCCJ is a division of the police responsible for gambling. And then we have ARGEL, which is our regulatory authority for online betting. For the online network, we have quite a few tools. Our own transaction system is a useful tool. We have our front office on our site. It's called Prime Web. Then GLMS, the Global Lottery Monitoring System, which is a global system used by 27 operators in Paris, the Hong Kong Jockey Club, many others, Sport Toto in Korea. And we exchange information on this monitoring system. It's highly operational. I received some information this morning during the symposium. I received some alerts, surveillance alerts on a match. So the 27 operators exchange information and point out that there are suspicious movements of odds, or they might say, my system has alerted me to an atypical event in the turnover. Of course, they don't give the details and the figures, but we warn each other about possible cases. I told you about the Cobain flow or flux. I don't know if you know what this is. I think you'll be familiar with it when I explain it. It's the if you have a TV event, even if it's live, there's always a 20-second time lag. And the Cobain stream allows you to reduce this lag by 5 or 6 seconds, but you can never bring it down to 1 second. The reason I'm telling you this is that there are crooks who, in live betting, calculate the effect that an operator is not reacting very quickly. This happens a lot in tennis. When something happens, they pass it on, and there's an accomplice, and everybody bets in the 5 or 6 following seconds, and then we look at this. We look at the blogs and chat forums. This would be where people, even criminals, appear. They like to boast. They like to brag about their achievements, and I wouldn't say happy to hear it, but we're happy to be able to catch them. So it's amazing how apt people are to brag.
Alors, en 2014,
In 2014, we had 39 alerts, serious alerts, and we passed on 4 solid files to the authorities, and they were investigated by the authorities. It's not our role to try to enforce or investigate, so we just pass on the data, and it's up to the police and the investigative authorities to decide what to do. Let me end with a case, a fairly typical case, which pretty much sums up everything I've been saying this afternoon. Handball. It all started at the same time in a very short space of time, in over an hour and a half. The wagers on a very confidential bet went up. It was on the halftime result in a handball match. 1,500 francs, euros in general, and then the amounts were going up. On the outsider, Cesson in the Montpellier region, we had 25 sales outlets, but there were only 4 or 5 that were betting atypically, so all the alarm bells went off. Our system, which I showed you earlier, it looked like it was bureaucratic, but it really goes very quickly. The operator is authorized to stop betting. I explained to you how that works. We don't wait for our boss to say, go ahead. We do it. We analyze, we confirm, and if it's confirmed, we alert the authorities, and that's what we did. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much for listening.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Pujol.
Many thanks, Mr. Pujol. The last speaker for today will be dealing with exchanges of information between criminal authorities and betting operators. Laurent Vidal, professor at Université Paris 1, Panthéon-Sorbonne.
Merci beaucoup, pardonnez-moi.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the time it has taken me to set things up. I would like to thank you. I'm, of course, very happy to be in your midst. I would like to thank the organizers. I don't do this simply as a matter of habit. It just happens that some of the people here are personal friends. They have taken a considerable part in the report that I prepared and drew up. Denis Oswald, Pierre Cornu, Thierry Pujol, who is here. We wouldn't have been able to prepare this 2,000-page report, which I encourage you to read in every detail on our own. So please read this document. I'm very happy to be here and would like to say happy birthday. 20 years old is a beautiful time of life. I'm well beyond that age. myself. I have prepared my slides in English, but I will be speaking French. English speakers will be able to follow what I say in English on the screen. As you know, after 3 p.m., people tend to get a little drowsy. Our cognitive faculties drop off. This makes it rather complicated for me because talking about information sharing is not the most amusing of things, and listening to a presentation on information sharing isn't the most amusing of things. Now, you all know the Tennis Integrity Unit. You've heard quite a lot of talk about this recently. I was quite struck by the fact that French-speaking Swiss radio talked to quite a number of people, in particular the coach of a French player now playing in Australia, who said, "We know all about this. We're not actually very surprised." I was put a question and I said, one has to be very careful. One shouldn't ask ATP to do what it can't do. There is also a principle, the principle of presumption of innocence. As long as there is no evidence, you can't condemn anyone. In the course of the afternoon, the Tennis Integrity Unit sent a press release out saying that it wasn't relying on hearsay, suspicion, etc., that it was necessary to find evidence before sanctioning anybody or condemning anybody. Before coming to this part of my presentation, I would like to say it's important to understand one thing. We have talked about educational efforts. Education is absolutely crucial. Pierre said so a while ago. It is better to prevent than cure. This is so true that the Interpol unit dealing with these matters, 4 people all in all, has in fact underscored for quite a long time now the whole matter of education. Detecting, sanctioning, finding evidence is very expensive. Education is better. But if you want to fight manipulation, you have to share information. You will have understood from this morning, if information is not shared, nothing will happen. There will be no evidence. It will not be possible to present facts, to find facts and present facts. So sharing information is crucial if we want to efficiently fight manipulation in the field of sports. If we want to talk about manipulation and exchange of information, we mustn't think this necessarily means talking about monitoring system. Monitoring systems are just a very small part of information sharing, and that's not what I'm necessarily going to dwell on in my presentation. Let's take stock of the situation. Nowadays, people have become aware of the fact that exchanging information is one of the main tools in order to fight against manipulation of sports events. We are, in fact, at the very beginning of the process, and I will tell you why. We're at the very beginning of this sharing of information process. There are systems of reporting, of monitoring. There are agreements, memorandums of understanding, but we're really at the very first stages of a system that needs to be developed. Nowadays, there are a certain number of initiatives. You all know Articles 12, 13 and 14 of the Council of Europe, which deals with these matters. Article 14 deals with the protection of personal data. I'll be referring to that later on. But there's something very new. In November 2015, very recently, 25 countries member of the EU and the Economic European Space signed an agreement within the EU, an agreement aimed at allowing regulatory authorities in the field of betting be allowed to cooperate and exchange administrative information. I would encourage you to read this document. It's very interesting. Each country has completed a document explaining what it is ready to exchange by way of information. Each country presents its laws, its administrative system. All this is fine and well, but when you read this document, you will see that this only concerns certain types of information, and one could wonder the extent to which regulatory authorities are really ready to share this information. One last thing on this. As you know, perhaps, the EU has launched calls for contribution which have led to 4 proposals being retained. Mentions of monitoring, corruption in sport are brought up, but also questions relating to information sharing. There are 2 other things I would like to say. UNODC has started a study on fighting against manipulation of sports events aimed at law enforcement officers, judges, and the like. This is what is ongoing now. That is the positive aspect of things. What is it that we have to confront now? First of all, there are many different standards. I'm just talking here about exchange of information in all sorts of fields, tax matters, money laundering, etc., corruption in general. There are no international documents concerning exchange of information in general. That's a second obstacle. The third obstacle is in fact legal and technical. There are legal and technical obstacles which considerably restrict the exchange of information. Then there is a whole diversity of definitions, natures, and protocols of exchange relating to these data. And then when it's a matter of match fixing, there is no single international instrument. We have the Council of Europe Convention and some mechanisms, the EBIS mechanism, for example. We will be reverting to that later on. And then you have specific agreements, which I will also be mentioning later on. Information sharing poses other problems. When you talk about information sharing, you're talking about how you collect data. You don't collect just any old data in any old way. Secondly, how you keep the information collected, because you are going to keep it, but for how long? And third point, how you are going to report on the data you have collected in order to be able to exchange the information. This is how things happen. Things get complicated because there are 4 major possible schemes. Either you're dealing with private-to-private cooperation between betting operators and sponsors, for example, or it's public-public cooperation, or it's public-private cooperations, national or international sports organizations, and finally, public-private and international cooperation. And we will see that the international dimension makes things more complicated. Then there's another thing that makes things more complicated. Sanctions. Sanctions can be disciplinary, criminal or it's a mix of both, and this gives rise to any number of difficulties. There's another element we have to take into account in order to deal with all these questions. We have to look at the status and quality of the stakeholders, national or international. Sports organization has its limits, its prerogatives. A judge also has to respect confidentiality of his investigation, etc. All these elements have to be taken into account. And then there are foreign-related factors which make things more complicated. And finally, last but not least, the cultural factors. In each country, things are different. Switzerland is not France. France is not Belgium. The laws of France and Belgium are identical on certain points, but we don't have the same culture as regards inter-institution cooperation. If we try, and I'm going to try and attempt with you to try and establish an ideal description of what can be done or can't be done, and then I will compare this on the basis of some examples with what exists now. First of all, we're going to look at what is at stake, then what kind of information is going to be shared, and finally, how we're going to link criminal investigations and disciplinary investigations. The first thing, it's rather a full slide. I'm sorry about that, but I have tried to summarize to the extent possible. What is at stake for the different stakeholders? Well, there are two possibilities, 2 points of view. There's a first point of view which allows us to say that information sharing and cooperation make it possible to bring together interests which are convergent but not identical and encourage people to cooperate. But there are other arguments which say no, cooperation in fact is not something we necessarily do in both disciplinary and the criminal sphere. There are interests, this being said, that can be considered as convergent. Let's look at those. For public authorities, it's easy to understand. It is in their interest to fight against criminal activities in general, crime in the field of sports betting. That's fairly simple. And for a sports organization, they want to retain the uncertainty of sport. They don't want their image to be tarnished. They want to protect the economic dimension of their activities. Then there are other elements that have to be into consideration. Why are people interested in cooperation? For sports organizations, most of them reaffirm that it is interesting for them to share information and to cooperate. States don't find it in their interest to see facts which might be sanctioned from a disciplinary point of view be dealt with by others. In other words, the state which doesn't deal with sports matters will always find it in its interest to see disciplinary sanctions be applied where necessary. In other words, a state should not take measures which would prevent or impede cooperation and information sharing, whether it is from sports organizations to judicial authorities or the other way round. The second case being more problematic. Now, there may be another way of seeing things. There are certain interests or concerns which are different or asymmetrical. First of all, when it's a matter of communicating information from sports organization to judicial authorities, one doesn't encounter too many problems. sports organizations find it interesting to communicate information in that direction. But seeing judicial or administrative documents be communicated to sports organizations pose all sorts of problems, and if you turn to the judges, you will see that they are very reluctant to exchange information in this direction. I'll give you an example, perhaps. In a federation, let's imagine that a federation obtains criminal information. We know that within disciplinary organizations or bodies, there are specialized bodies made up of experts, but there are certain circuits within these specialized bodies have to submit to a steering committee, for example, and the members of that steering committee might leak information obtained from judicial bodies. This will pose problems. Of course, one could ban this sort of situation, but it is quasi-impossible if you're dealing with international bodies or organizations. And because it is impossible, the president of USADA has always refused to communicate the information he collected, in particular in the field of cycling. To conclude now on this point, each one of these points of view is influenced by habits, cultural contexts. If one adopts the first point of view and decide to share information, the information shared from sports organization to judicial authorities could become automatic. The other way around, exchange of information would have to come under specific clauses. That's the first solution. Second solution, if one considers there are more disadvantages than advantages to this sharing of information, one can look at transfer of information upon request from the sports organization to judicial authorities, but the reverse would be impossible, would be excluded. The second point of view is right here. You have most of my conclusions mentioned here at the bottom of the slide. There's another question we have to look at now. What type of information can be shared? Can one share? What can one share? Is it interesting to share? If you say yes, what information are you going to share? Here you have to distinguish the information held by judicial authorities. Some of you are experts in criminal law. I won't insist. You can obtain quite a lot of information via inquiries, GPS location, many things that sports organizations cannot collect by way of data. Moreover, in the cases where manipulations have been sanctioned, it is criminal investigations which led to the sanctioning. So I think that is something of importance we have to take note of. Conversely, sports organizations cannot use the same means as those who undertake criminal investigations. What do sports organizations have by way of resources? There are several cases. What sort of information are you talking about? There are official reports. There are contracts with independent companies. I won't venture to tell you whether this works or not. One can always compare whether the cases mentioned in the field of tennis prove to be right, what exactly the companies did in this framework. So there are reports, there are agreements with these companies, then there's the whistleblowing system. It works, provided, of course, the whistleblowers and the system are protected, that there's no piracy. If somebody makes a deposition, but a pirate can get into the system and pick up the information, it will be embarrassing. Whistleblowing, including on tax matters, is becoming, however, more important. Then there are databases, for example. No problem with all this. In certain cases, some sports organizations force their members to cooperate with criminal inquiries. That's the case in the field of cricket. So much for this dimension, the question of knowing what it is one can exchange. To conclude, I would simply say two things. If there is an agreement to exchange, then one has to weigh the interest there is to exchange information and the legal constraints that exist. If you weigh the pros and cons, it is not obvious that the result will be the one expected. And then, if the sharing of information has to go from judicial authorities to sports organization, things get a little difficult because some information collected by sports organization will not really be compelling for judicial authorities. Let's look at another question now. How are we going to bring together the two types of inquiries, criminal and disciplinary? Anything that can be considered criminal can be subjected to disciplinary procedures. The other way around, this doesn't hold through. Pierre told you that you have to look at whether prosecuting is of interest in disciplinary cases. An organization can decide not to go ahead in the case of a complaint on disciplinary issues. Then there's another important item I would like to mention here. Criminal procedures generally take longer than disciplinary procedures. This is true in most cases. This being said, about a year ago, FIFPro mentioned that disciplinary procedures tended to take longer and longer. It doesn't change the trend. Criminal procedures take longer generally, but there is a slight change. Disciplinary procedures taking longer and longer. This has an impact on information sharing. We'll be coming to that in a little while. Here also, it's important for you to understand the situation. Because of the time disciplinary procedures take, one might think that in certain cases, disciplinary bodies will not wait for the result of criminal procedures. They will simply go ahead while the criminal procedure is still ongoing. This means that there can be an exchange of information for one side to be able to act more rapidly. This being said, there are difficulties. The difficulties are as follows. Generally, criminal authorities are quite happy to obtain disciplinary information. It can be helpful. In the reverse direction, it's very different. Often, disciplinary authorities need information collected by criminal authorities in order to be able to go to the end of their inquiry. If there is an exchange of information also between the two sides, a criminal proceeding can be called into question in the case of leaks, for example. As you probably know, criminal authorities have to respect the confidentiality of inquiries and their proceedings. This is an important element. If you reveal information contained in a criminal case, this might have dire consequences. On the side of sports organizations, now it might be that one might be tempted to protect certain members, not reveal all the information at hand. I don't think or wouldn't want to believe that that exists, put it that way. In certain cases, furthermore, evidence collected by federations within the framework of a disciplinary procedure is collected in a way that will not be accepted by criminal authorities. One might use certain means of collecting evidence, but all evidence collected in the framework of a disciplinary procedure cannot necessarily be used by criminal authorities. When there is information sharing between judicial authorities and sports federations in that direction, how do things happen? I'm talking here about exchanges between repressive authorities, criminal and disciplinary. How do things happen? If law enforcement authorities have information to share, how do things happen? All depends, of course, on the direction in which information is shared. If you look at the national framework, there shouldn't be any major problem. The sports organizations give information to judicial bodies without too much difficulty here. Transmission is either automatic or follows an official request. The sports organizations should, in fact, at national level, automatically transfer information to the judicial authorities. Where there is a problem is when one is dealing with international sports or international sports federations. If you're in Switzerland, where there are many international sports federations, there should be no problem. The Swiss criminal authorities can request international federations based in Switzerland to share information they have. But what happens if the Swiss criminal authorities have to ask information from an international sports federation established elsewhere than in Switzerland? That exists. There are some international federations elsewhere than in Switzerland. Not many, but there are some. What does one do there? It's a true problem, as you will readily understand. The problem is a legal problem. How can you oblige an international federation in a country B to cooperate with the criminal authorities of country A? There are two possibilities: international legal assistance or an international system which is clearly defined. Legal assistance, international legal assistance exists. It prevails in two situations. The situation where the international sports organization transfers information only to the criminal authorities in the country where it is established or in the country where the sports event takes place. For all the rest, you need bilateral conventions that have to be studied in detail before anything can be done. Or you have to create an international instrument which would make it possible to overcome these difficulties. This international instrument does not exist for the time being, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know. So we've seen what happens in one specific case. Now I would like to discuss with you the reverse. What happens when a criminal authority is asked to transfer information to a national or international disciplinary body? Things become even more complicated in this direction. But I think we can try to find some pattern. First of all, information sharing based on the type of offense concerned. First case, the disciplinary offense does not concern criminal activities. It is not necessary, therefore, to transfer information. There's another possibility, however. There's uncertainty. It might be possible, perhaps disciplinary violations are linked to a criminal offense, and there the disciplinary body can act without referring to or requesting transfer of information. And then in other cases, there is manipulation. It is criminal in nature. The procedures will be led in parallel, will be complementary to one another. Then still, in the case of criminal to disciplinary, it is possible to envisage information sharing on formal or informal bases. Normally, there are quasi no countries where it would be necessary or possible for criminal authorities to transfer elements of a given file to a disciplinary body. This is something that exists in Italian law. On sports fraud, it is possible for sports bodies to use information collected in the course of a criminal procedure. This is theoretical. In practice, there are many difficulties, as we have seen, with a potential conflict in the standards included in Italian law. Then there are informal transfers of information without referring to a legal basis. Criminal authorities have been known to share certain elements of information to sports organizations. What lessons can we draw from such transfers from criminal authorities to sports organizations? I think we all agree that public interest is such that guilty parties be presented to criminal courts. Anything that is judged in the disciplinary field should also be judged in the criminal field. Sports organizations should have the necessary information in this case, of course. In most cases, criminal evidence are used in order to settle disciplinary cases. In other words, sports disciplinary bodies depend on information supplied by criminal institutions. Disciplinary bodies should not wait too long in order to obtain information required from criminal institutions. The risks to all this. There are several risks. First of all, endangering inquiries if the exchange of information does not remain entirely confidential. Then it might be or make it possible for sports leaders to acquire information they're not really entitled to, information which concerns a member of a federation relating to people who are not members of the federation. Moreover, some information should not become public too rapidly. What I said the other day to people who were asking me about this, we should not condemn or tarnish the reputation of athletes as long as there is no evidence that they have done or committed an offense. There's another point which I will not dwell on. There's another difficulty, another stage in all these difficulties, the transfer of information held by criminal authorities to international bodies. This is even more complicated, and I will not dwell on the various aspects of these difficulties. If we now look at certain common principles that we can draw from this type of exchange of information, I will say there are several lessons we can draw. First of all, the time that is necessary in order to share information. This is something that can be done, for example, when an inquiry has been closed, but a decision has not yet been handed down. Some information can be handed over. Then one also we also have to have rules on confidentiality when judicial authorities transmit information. And thirdly, it's the third point I want to mention here, there has to be a very careful selection of elements of information that will be transferred, and there are means of doing this. Fourth point, there are sanctions. There are sanctions that can be applied when sports organizations do not abide by obligations imposed on them. Sanctions will then be applied. That's quite obvious. If my memory serves me well, in the Bochum case, but you will correct me if I'm wrong, it had been agreed that UEFA could use elements coming from the criminal investigation for its own disciplinary investigation, but information being transmitted by UEFA to its affiliates could only be done with the agreement of the Bochum investigators. I think that's the way things worked. And the fourth point, coordination between the penal and disciplinary spheres. Rules are needed there also.
Now, there are a few principles, they're not on the screen, principles that could help things along by way of information sharing. I think first and foremost, we need to let the criminal proceedings take their course. When information is to be transferred that could to disciplinary authorities that could compromise the investigation, just wait. If the criminal judge decides, the criminal judge will decide what information can be transferred, and there would be an obligation for sports bodies. I'll have to hurry up. Sports bodies, but I've just begun. I don't know how. I told you that it was technical and long. So there are recommendations, and you will find them in my presentation.
Je vais avancer, excusez-moi, hein, bougez pas. Alors, je passe.
All right, well, I'll have to skip over that. That was the linkage there. I'll move on to this. I'm going to have to cut things out, skip things. When we look at what happens in practice, I don't know if you understood that this wasn't simply theoretical, that I was basing this on actual cases. What's happening now, if we in terms of legislation in force? The Oxford Research Centre published a study 2 years ago on the sharing of information in EU states, the EU 28. And here are the conclusions, which I'll have to race through. It turns out that most countries who have not revised their regulations, have some sort of obligation. And what conclusion can we draw from this? When we look at what's happening in the EU countries, there is legislation which provides for the collection of information and or the obligation to report information. There's, I'll explain this later, a direct and an indirect approach and a proactive or reactive approach. Very quickly, putting my glasses on because I cannot read the screen. There are cases in which neither the betting regulator nor the betting operator has an obligation to collect information. This is typically in countries that have not revised their gaming acts recently. There are countries in which the betting regulator is obliged to collect information. There are countries in which the betting operators are obliged to collect information on suspicious betting patterns, but the regulations or legislation might or might not specify how this obligation should be fulfilled. And all betting operators who are obliged to collect information are not always all necessarily obliged to share the information. So the betting operators in other countries, betting operators are obliged to share information. That's the reactive model. But it may or may not be specified how markets should be monitored. So those are different types of legislation, of models. We have the proactive approach in France and Italy, Argel, ADM. The reactive approach, I'm not saying these are worse or not as good. It just depends on the country. Now, when there's no regulation on information exchange at all, there are voluntary frameworks in which information is shared on the basis of agreements. There's GLMS, Thierry told you about that, IBIS contracts, ESSA contracts, IBIS contracts on reporting a number of suspicious events. Very quickly, I'm going to really have to rush through this here. Give us a little bit more time because it is interesting. How is the information gathered? There are people here involved in intelligence or information gathering, and you know that there's a procedure. We can classify the information according to this table. There's information that's available, accessible. The two are not the same. Then there's information that's available but not accessible. And it's a continuum. So we're going to talk about, Denis and Pierre told you this. So unfortunately, the speaker is moving away from the microphone. The interpreters can no longer hear him.
Mais pas forcément. Et ce crime organisé peut donner lieu ou non à du blanchiment d'argent. Donc c'est un continuum.
So this is a continuum. There are the four squares and the four possible cases. Here also, you can't require any kind of information. There are standards, and financial institutions give us a number of indications. There are specific qualitative characteristics for the information that you want to classify. I'm hurrying through this. There are technical obstacles, barriers. There's a lack of interoperability, a lack of performance, and a lack of stability in information gathering and processing. With respect to solutions, I would like us to turn towards Interpol and Europol, who are very advanced in this field. And here, as we see, Interpol and Europol have a number of ideas for improving interoperability for data exchange. I'm not going to explain all this to you. It would be very technical and very long. But the 2015 Europol program is bearing fruit. Then we have other technical barriers. How can we improve performance and stability? And those are the results. Legal barriers now. I'm going to go quickly over this as well. I already talked about the data protection data. The regulations are going to come out soon. I don't have time to explain the problems that this regulation gives advice to. I talked about this in a Council of Europe symposium. The regulation has problems with regard to personal data. Then we have practical barriers. I'll have to skip those. How can we overcome them? We can also overcome the legal barriers. The national platforms provided for in the Articles 12 and 13 of the Council of Europe Convention are good, but we're only at the beginning of the establishment of these national platforms. Not a lot of countries have actually ratified the convention, and thank you very much, and I'm sorry I took so much time.
Merci, Professor.
Thank you very much, Professor Vidal, for a fantastic home stretch, a sprint on the home stretch. Now, we're going to open the question and answer session with the afternoon speakers.
Of the afternoon to come on the stage. So, Mr. Emde, Mr. Rauch, Niklas, Octavian, Monsieur Pujol, et j'invite Madalina Diaconou, professeur Diaconou, pour...
is the moderator of this debate.
Bonjour, Madame.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. We've just had a very busy afternoon with 5 presentations and 6 different speakers with a very wide spectrum of interests and viewpoints. First, we heard from FIFA, and we heard about the internal functioning, legal and operational functioning of FIFA. We also heard the response from the public authorities, the Federal Office for Sport in Switzerland. We heard a very interesting presentation by Mr. Pujol from the Française des Jeux, the response of the betting operators, and a few specificities and difficulties with respect to ongoing or closed criminal cases, Mr. MD, then finally Mr. Vidal. I was very interested in your last slide with the legal barriers, but since you haven't had time, no, the last one was thank you. That wasn't the last slide. Maybe we'll be able to slip that in with the questions. So this question and debate session is open. Mr. Vincent Schatzman has threatened me if I don't stick to time. We only have 20 minutes for questions. Please keep your questions short, concise, and please tell us to whom they are addressed. One specific person, please.
Bonjour à vous.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jean Etra. I'm a Chilean lawyer. I'm at the University of Bourgogne. I have 3 questions for you. The first is,
do you have over unjustified increase in players, officers, or the entourage assets as a trace of match manipulation? And what can FIFA or what is FIFA doing to survey that? The second one is, what kind of protection can you provide to players that tell you that they have been approached by a mafia organization to fix or throw a game? And the third one is, between match manipulation and illegal gambling, which subject is more important to attack from the point of view, as for example, to launder money, you need to do it in a legal bet.
So your question is directed at FIFA. Your 3 questions are directed at FIFA. So I will let one of the 2 speakers reply. Thank you.
Yeah. I know that, can you just repeat a bit the first question? It wasn't quite clear.
The first question is, what's your position about unjustified increase in players preferring the officer or the entourage of assets as a trace of match manipulation? And what can FIFA or what is FIFA doing to survey that?
So the increase of the players' entourage.
No, increase of their assets.
Assets. Okay.
So if I understand this correctly, you're asking what is exactly what's FIFA doing about the role of the entourage?
No, I'm asking him what's the position of FIFA about an unjustified increase in their assets. For example, a player that spends a lot of money and you don't know from where it comes. As a trace of a match manipulation.
Is the question clearer for you?
Yeah, it is. The answer isn't. It's very complex question. Questions like that are very complex normally, especially when you ask them of FIFA, because as I mentioned in my presentation, it's not only FIFA, but there's the 209 member associations of FIFA, plus the confederations, which have their own jurisdiction over players. If your question is directed towards players. So there's 209 regulations, specific regulations, which would deal with match manipulation and which deal with specific questions which may touch on your issue of the unjustified assets, which is also a very, very difficult issue to distinguish, because what is unjustified assets? FIFA is definitely not in a position to check the assets of players, and is definitely not in a position to qualify these assets as being unjustified or not. What FIFA can do is to investigate specific cases based on specific information that we receive as per our procedures and regulations, and which is targeting specific matches or specific competitions which are run by FIFA. So if we have a potential case of match fixing in one of the FIFA competition, involving players, involving officials, with unjustified or justified or whatever means or assets, this is something that FIFA could investigate. And this is something that FIFA could have jurisdiction over. But we are not a world police, we are not a world body that can go and investigate any suspicious patterns, any suspicious assets, or any suspicious behavior. It has to be under our own jurisdiction. So I hope that sort of answers your question, even if not fully. The second question was about well, Nick is dealing with this firsthand in his investigations. I think what we set up legally, and this is already in the FIFA Code of Ethics, as a legal provision, is the concept of anonymous witnesses. So this is one legal concept that can help out to the players come forward. And the second one obviously is the whistleblower hotline and the monitoring, the whistleblowing system, so that people involved in football all over the world can anonymously give information about potential match fixing, about potential violations of FIFA regulations. So this is done over, it's a system that is implemented and is functioning, and it's completely, it confers complete anonymity and therefore safeguard their rights. The third question? Well, I mean, the issues we're tackling today concern match manipulation. I'm not sure the concept of illegal betting does not really exist per se as codified in the code. Is more the concept of betting, of players and officials in football betting on their own competition, on competitions. So this is if you refer to this as illegal betting, then this is codified. But illegal betting is a concept that is more, in my opinion, has to do with money laundering. It's more of a state related offense, or it's more has to do with the state prosecution or state authorities being in charge of tackling that. So for us, obviously, match manipulation is a very, very important subject, and the fight against match manipulation, as you can see from our presentation, is very important.
Alors, en deux mots, votre question, c'est est-ce qu'il faut...
So your question is, should we be fighting match fixing or doping? Was that your question?
Quelle est la...
What is the what?
Entre les deux.
Entre les deux, pour vous.
Non, mais,
They're two completely different things. There's not really any relationship, except that we now know that the measures taken to fight doping in a number of fundamental laws and rules. The Council of Europe is very keen on procedural. That's not what you meant? No, that wasn't my question at all. I was thinking about the fact that
have to do it in a legal bet. So, can you, for example...
J'ai compris la question. C'est un comparatif entre...
I understand. He's trying to compare the illegal betting market, the linkage between the illegal betting market, the legal betting market, and money laundering. Let me add one thing, and this is just an observation. The more illegal bets we have, the higher the rate of money laundering is. This is why states want to have regulation systems to fight this kind of trafficking. When you have operators that are left to their own devices, illegal betting operators, you'll remember the definition I gave you. It's the Council of Europe decision. When you do that, you're facilitating money laundering. Return rate of 98%. If you look at all the betting offers of an operator, if you want this rate and you're trying to launder money, and then you also have the offshore betting companies, it'll cost you 40 and you'll only have 60 left. There are also the offshore companies that we have to take into account, but all of this is very lucrative. Of course, the betting market is obviously very lucrative for money launderers. Another question? Yes, hello. I'm from ICSS Europe. I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Rausch from the Federal Office of Sport. In this morning's presentation and some of this afternoon's presentations, we talked about the fact that match fixing is also connected to the fact that the types and forms of betting are increasing, and as are the number and types of competitions that are offered for betting. I'd like to know if, in terms of the ratification and implementation of the Macolin Convention, whether Switzerland has considered the idea of getting the organizers of competitions to agree on exactly which components of the game can be bet upon. I don't know what you think about that. No, we didn't foresee a system in which the organizers of sporting competitions had to give their agreement for any bets to be placed on their event. The betting operator has to have a security concept for all bets so that the betting can unfold without risk and in environment of transparency. So for the security concept, they will have to be in contact with the organizers of sports events. Could I just specify something? The right to betting, which you have in France, is not a fact in Switzerland, and it will not be a component of the new act. Another question? Yes, up there. And then the gentleman here. I have a question for the representative of the FIFA, but I'm going to ask the question in French, if that's all right, because I know he speaks English, but I'd like to speak the question, ask the question in French. Has FIFA ever used Article 70, Paragraph 2, for a federation that has not pursued issues of match fixing? And what would happen, for example, if the federation doesn't sanction the officials or the players, but CAS can do this? And there are 10 officials, 5 coaches, and 10 players that manipulated the competition. The federation did not sanction them, but CAS sanctioned them. Is the CAS decision enough for FIFA to invoke Article 70, paragraph 2?
Est-ce que c'est clair? C'était clair?
I don't know if my question was clear.
Oui, c'est assez clair. Est-ce que vous venez de Turquie?
Yes. Are you from Turkey? I get it. Yeah, I get your question. Yes. Well, I think we should just state things the way they are. We're talking about match fixing in Turkey, Bertrand Bache and the leaders of the club, the leaders of the football club, but also officials and players of the other team. The situation you're talking about seems simple, but it's actually quite complex. There's an issue of case law, but also jurisdiction, because FIFA, as I already told you during our presentation, has no direct jurisdiction. Ordinarily, the Turkish Federation should have claimed jurisdiction and open a disciplinary procedure at national level, which apparently was not done, or at least was not done, was not completely completed. So FIFA took over the jurisdiction because these were open competition matches, and FIFA opened proceedings, and some clubs appealed to CAS, complaining against Fenerbahce and its leaders. So here we have a complex jurisdictional issue. Who had jurisdiction, who claimed jurisdiction, and CAS completed its proceedings, but it's not just about FIFA punishing the Turkish Federation. It's about who had or would have jurisdiction for investigating and prosecuting or bringing proceedings against these people. And it was the Turkish Federation that did take the procedure to a certain stage. There was also some sort of state measures taken, and also at UEFA. So as an organization, FIFA cannot go just to jump over all of these organizations and say, well, we're going to open our own proceedings. Because there's a legal principle, nebis in idem, the principle of double jeopardy, which is that someone cannot be tried for the same offense twice. So we have to be careful with these overlapping jurisdictions and national level, international level, confederation level, but also between the state and the national federation, because I know that in Turkey there was a very elaborate investigation, and a lot more sanctions were handed down than by the federation. But that was also due to the fact that the state's investigation was operated, which was much more extensive than the investigation by the federation, because as already been said, the state has a lot more time and money to do such a procedure than a federation or even a confederation, even a FIFA confederation. I don't know if that answers your question, at least partially, I hope. That's the only answer I can give you. Thank you. Another question down here.
Taboner, Integrity Officer, Malta FA. I'm not going to ask a question, I'm just going to say something. I took down a lot of notes from all the speakers. And unless you have another 2 hours, I can't discuss all of them. I attend these conferences and symposiums, and today I'm slightly worried And on the other hand, I'm not, because I'm not worried, because now we are talking freely about match fixing. Before, it's a double-edged blade. Do you speak about it or you don't? But we have to be careful and not think that only criminals are after and are manipulating matches. The impression we got here today is that criminal rings are manipulating our football. Not at all. It can happen within football. It does happen within football. One particular incident which was mentioned was in the Spanish league, which they call the suitcase fixing. One team plays the other to suit the third team. Those are not criminals. Those are people in football doing it, and the criminals are hijacking that and using it for their own means. So we have to be careful over there. Our worry now, lately in Malta, has been, somebody has mentioned it, that betting companies are including lower matches. We have under 19 matches from our leagues now being included, and even the Women's League. And our worry about this is not that the criminals pounce on them, because it's a temptation to the players themselves, to go after results, and bet petty bets, but they are getting used to the betting phenomenon. The important thing is this. I have noticed that it's very complex to reach a conclusion about anything. It's so complex, we have spent a day here, and if I say that I'm happy, I say, oh yes, I'll go home now and say yes, there's a solution. There's no solution. But we have to talk about it, keep talking about it, but the authorities have to listen to us. Somebody mentioned education. We do educate, we educate all the football clubs, we educate all the players, we educate the authorities, the parliamentarians, the media. We have educated everybody in our country. Okay, it's a small country, so it's easier. But that is the only way. Unless we educate, and this is our only weapon, and then we hope for the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I can just very briefly answer the question. This morning, one part of the presentation really aborted this question about the manipulation of sports events from within. So people from within sports who manipulate their own games or related games. So it's, of course, you're right, it's not just a matter of criminal infiltration of sports organizations, it's also a problem within the house. That's something that we need to tackle, obviously. So one or two of the presentations this morning was very explicit about that. And on my side, I hope it's also the case for most of the participants. I have learned many interesting things today. And if I go home tonight, I will go home with some new information. I hope it's also the case for you and for the rest of the participants. Would anyone like to add anything to this intervention? Or if not, we can go on. I will allow myself to intervene and ask myself a question, since I have the privilege of having the microphone for myself now. I have just one very short question for Mr. Rauch of SPO, which is extremely precise. Actually, there are two questions. Do you have any... Est-ce que vous avez un pronostic?
Can you give us a prognosis or a prediction, a general prediction, with respect to the entry into force of the new Act? We've heard that it might be in 2017, 2018. Do you have an idea? What's the date being thrown out? And do you have an idea when the Macolin Convention might be ratified by Switzerland? Well, your second question depends on the first. The convention is going to be ratified only after the entry into force of the Act, the new Act, the bill. And the entry into force of that Act will depend on a lot of topics that have nothing to do with the subject of our meeting today. Things about taxation of casinos, etc. So I can't really predict how that will go. It's very difficult to know how the Parliament is going to deal with those issues that are still wide open. Taxation of casinos, excessive gaming, etc. Of course, we hope that the final decisions might be taken before the end of this year. It is possible in technical terms, technically speaking, but we hope that at the very latest it will be in 2017. Thank you very much.
Ici, s'il vous plaît.
Yes, another question here.
Consultant on integrity and governance issues in sport. Mine's to build on something Professor Vidal said in relation to the upcoming United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime document, because somebody from law enforcement this morning asked about targeting resources to law enforcement, and that document is an investigative resource guide specifically for match fixing. It will be primarily focused at law enforcement, but will also have specific modules in relation to sports investigators and fact finders. It's the first document of its kind. The second draft went to the expert group last week into the UN, so that will be coming out hopefully sometime in the summer. So that's something for people to be aware of that's on the horizon. And whilst I was drafting large parts of that, it came to my attention that how, in the opinion of the panel, how do you think it's best to, in a sense, sell the idea to law enforcement of actually tackling match manipulation? Because this United Nations document is a global document, and I think we've all had experience of dealing with law enforcement in different countries. So how best to then take something like this and say, please don't just let it sit on the shelf and be unread. So how best to motivate or incentivize law enforcement? And I know I was concerned when Mr. Mday said that the Bochum investigators who had the knowledge are now not working in this area anymore. So to prevent that kind of thing happening. Thanks.
My experiences are only from this single case, and the easiest way to get some files, some informations, and some evidences is ask for. It sounds very easy, but nobody in the court or in the prosecutor's office had any experiences with these problems, and the main thing was to keep the informations not inside the prosecutor's office or the police, to keep it out of the public. And I think it's easier and faster to ask for and to make an agreement how to handle these files than trying to get a decision from the court. You know what I mean? But I think it depends on the land, it depends on the persons, and it's not everywhere the same.
Sorry, just quickly, I think in the fact that Interpol have taken their integrity and sport team into the anti-corruption department now in Lyon, I think that says that if you say to law enforcement, forget it's sport, forget it's match fixing, this is a form of serious, complex financial crime. And if you sell it on that basis, then they have obligations, and the resource guide is based on the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. So they have obligations to investigate that kind of conduct, whether it's in sport or outside of sport. Of course, you need the specialist help of people in sport and betting, but ultimately it's a complex, organised, serious financial crime. Sorry, Nick.
From the football perspective, I would say it's an issue that we face in policy across the board, and that's political will. We need to have champions that want to address the integrity, specifically integrity of football, but the integrity of sports in any given country. Without that country caring about protecting its product, then there's not much political will to do so. Secondly, I would say, as a recommendation, to link it as much as possible to financial crime. Everybody and anybody in law enforcement can back me up that it's always been follow the money. An ability to tackle the money that comes with any particular crime is going to be the way to get involvement in it. If there's no regulation, they're not going to do it. If there's no criminal law, they're not going to do it. So I think harmonizing that towards some sort of financial purpose would be a way to get it on track.
Dernier petit mot, vous comprenez?
One last thing. Do you understand French?
Just to put on the board, it was about, the models for us, because we're speaking about financial crime. And if you go to OECD models about, a tax law exchange of information, it could be a very good solution for that. You know what I mean? If you really try to get into, to come to the model from OECD, you can share information on the basis of the obligatory, information sharing. So you're Heidi to explain that it is a financial crime. It could be a solution to involve deeper, law enforcement and to try to have more automatic, exchange of information on this space. I think it's a quite good solution.
If I may say also a closing word, of course it's important to raise awareness on the issue. It's important to do a true communication work around it. But from my experience at a governmental level and also in international sports organizations, I think it's also very important to count on the lobbying that can be done by the national federations, by the national Olympic committees, by the national counterparts, if they are willing to lobby for a better enforcement of those texts. If no one has anything more to add.
Just an answer about the police. The police, it's a question of resources, priorities and commitment. There's the soccer, but then there were 150 police.
Sorry, we can't hear you. Can you have a microphone, please? And maybe one more minute.
Yes, the gentleman said the question of police, whether they understand or not. The police have to have the right resources, priorities, and the commitment. What happened with dirty soccer in Italy in the Calabria region is full swing police action of 150 police working 6 to 8 months with surveillance and tapping. And only then did they achieve some sort of success, because it's still pending, it's still not concluded.
Of course.
That's the difficulty of it.
The means that we have on our disposal are obviously very, very important. And that's also a question of governmental priority or not, obviously. Thank you very much. Can we take one more question? Somebody up there? Or one more question, yes? Very short, please.
Ça sera très court. Merci.
Yes, I'll be very brief. Olivier Banuls, Anti-Doping Foundation. In the field of anti-doping, there are cooperation agreements, information sharing, information between national anti-doping agencies and sports federations. I would like to know whether this same type of cooperation agreements exist between national federations and police authorities or law enforcement authorities in order to follow athletes and their entourage with a view to inquiries and disciplinary action if needed. Professor Vidal, I'm sorry I wasn't very clear. Yes, that exists. It exists. I talked about the IBIS system. There are IOC representatives here who will confirm that the system exists. La Française des Jeux also has a certain number of agreements. So yes, this exists. I don't know whether Thierry wants to jump in to say a few words. Yes, indeed. There are agreements for operators within federations. In France, we have to indicate any warning we have. This also exists in Australia. I think this type of agreements or deals should spread, should become widespread. This is what the Council of Europe is suggesting. They're suggesting national platforms, so it is a matter of sharing information. The regulators, the sports organizations, the enforcement authorities all should be active on a national platform.
And a difference, a very important distinguishing factor that we have to draw between doping and match fixing is that doping is a narcotic. The doping products being taken across borders, it already exists that those controls. If we go into countries, we go into certain regions where it's not a crime, it's not as easy to set up an agreement for something that doesn't exist. So it's a very important distinguishing factor to make that we still need more work to do to make it a crime, to make the regulations, then to make those agreements. So 100% agree, it exists, it can be done, and we just have to keep pushing.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, messieurs. Encore une fois.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers.
Et sans autre, vous pouvez rester. Et sans autre
And without further ado, I would like to ask Denis Oswald to come up to summarize what has been said today and tell us how he sees the future. Denis, you have the floor. Well, if I am taking the floor, it is in order to present my conclusion. Our idea was to present a summary of what has been said. I have 20 pages worth of notes. I have highlighted the important elements in each one of your presentations, but I think at this time of the day, nobody would want to listen to me, all the more so that a few minutes would not be sufficient to do justice to what has been said here today. I would like to reassure those who want to look into this further. We will be publishing the various presentations. You will have the opportunity of reading them and refresh your minds and better understand what was said today. What are the prospects for the future now? I could speak about this at length, but I would simply like to share with you my personal opinion. It's worth what it's worth. I think one crucial element which came out of the presentations made here today is the following. There is awareness. The struggle has started in many fields. Laurent Vidal said so much, others as well. We are only at the very beginning of information sharing, for example. We're in the course of adopting conventions, of getting people to and states to sign conventions. So I think there is a certain awareness which will allow us to be optimistic. Of course, this struggle will be extremely difficult for all sorts of reasons, but often a struggle starts when people become aware of a problem. Governments have been acting. They have started adopting laws and rules. International federations have also been doing this. I think it will be a long, drawn-out battle, but I think that slowly but surely things will improve. Of course, as in the field of doping, we will never be able to completely eliminate a phenomenon which is part of human nature. There will always be cheaters, there will always be thieves, but I think we will certainly be able to limit the phenomenon by using the means and tools mentioned today in the course of our symposium. I would like to thank all those who took the floor here. I would like to thank them for their presentation. I will also thank the interpreters and our technicians and all those who have helped us ensure today's meeting was a success. I would also like to thank those who are in the hall. You stayed with us to the end, showing your loyalty. We are very grateful to you for having done so. We can now all move out of this room for drinks. Thank you very much.